We don't have to do a roll call, do we, Al? We don't have to, he called roll call, so, okay. Session, Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Privilege of the floor.
Granted.
Thank you. Senate, I'd like to make a couple of different separate introductions for you this afternoon. First of all, I'd like to introduce you to my intern, Kinsley Merritt. Would you stand up? Kinsley Merritt is from Cody. She's a Cody High School senior. She's going to be studying pharmacy and anesthesiology. She's the daughter of Clint and Rebecca Merritt of Cody. Clint's a PA for an orthopedic surgeon there in Cody. And her interests are film production. She won some awards there in music. She plays the piano and the organ. And she's been accepted into the University of Wyoming Honors Program. And Kinsley will be a fourth generation UW student. So welcome her to the Senate. Thank you. Thanks, Kinsley. She's sharp. We have a bill that I'm starting over in the House regarding truck lengths. And I said, can you give me just a little bit of information? She came back with 6 pages of solid bullet points for me to use. So there you go. Now my next introduction, Mr. President, if I could. Hold your applause on this, but could I have the members of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association stand in the gallery, please? And I'll raise your hand when I hit your co-op, okay? All right. Let's welcome and hold the applause. Bighorn REA, Basin, Wyoming. Richard Valley REA, Mountain View. Carbon Power and Light, Saratoga. Garland Light and Power, Powell. High West Energy, Pine Bluffs. High Plains Power, Riverton. Lower Valley Energy, Afton, I'll be that guy. Niobrara Electric Association, Lusk. Powder River Energy, Sundance. Wheatland REA, Wheatland. Y Rural Elect Co-op in Lingle. And Basin Electric GNT. Deseret GNT. Tri-State GNT. And Members First GNT. Would you welcome these good folks from our Wyoming co-ops to the Senate? Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Dockstetter.
Yes, sir.
Pretty near and dear to us. They keep the lights on through most of Wyoming other than the big towns. So we appreciate it from.
Those folks take care of the small coves all throughout Wyoming. They keep the lights on for us. Thank you.
Sun and snow and bad weather, and we still get to have our lights on. So thank you, guys. So now I get to do a fun one, and this is really fun for me. So we have a person that actually kind of knew his way around the Capitol pretty dang well. It's Mark Quiner, who now works for NCSL, and this is the 50th anniversary of NCSL out there. So we've got a joint resolution. I'll read it real quick, and I'm gonna have Mark come up if he's willing and say a few words for us. For those of you that know, a lot of you either been to the academy or been through it. Probably what you don't know is NCSL helps provide lots of our staff training to us. So we have a lot of our people get training in how they go about it, and they've been a phenomenal partner and training person, both for legislators and staff. So joint resolution of the undersigned members of the 67th legislature of the state of Wyoming, recognizing and commending the National Conference of State Legislators on its 50th anniversary in 2025. Whereas the conference's state legislatures, NCSL, was founded in 1975 and has evolved during the past half century to become the premier organization solely dedicated to serving state and territorial legislators and legislative staff. And whereas NCSL was created from the merger of 3 organizations that served or represented state legislators and shared the belief that legislative service is one of democracy's worthiest pursuits. And whereas NCSL is a bipartisan organization with 3 objectives: to advance the effectiveness, independence, and integrity of state legislators, to foster interstate communication and cooperation, and to ensure states have a strong, cohesive voice in the federal system. And whereas Our nation's state legislatures are America's laboratories of democracy and have continually shown that they are bodies best able to tackle emerging challenges. And whereas state legislatures are where people from different backgrounds representing different communities can come together and find common ground. And whereas NCSL has facilitated the exchange of ideas, provided critical research and information, and encouraged a rigorous review of complex issues confronting our communities, states, and nation. And whereas NCSL strives to strengthen the bonds between America's legislatures and the international community. Now therefore be it resolved by the undersigned members of the 67th Legislature of the state of Wyoming that on behalf of the state of Wyoming, we recognize and commend the National Conference of State Legislatures for their superb leadership and commitment to the legislative institution and celebrate the conference's 50th anniversary in 2025, signed this 15th day of February 2024. I can't think anybody more fitting to be here than Mark, and I'm hoping he gives us a few remarks about some of the legislators he served when he was here, because some of the big names we all know, he's who helped develop them into who they were. So, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's so great to see so many of you friends of mine. And, you know, I often think back, the reason I can do the job that I get to do now, and I get to travel all over the country and talk to people and talk to legislators from all over, it's because I learned it right here in this democracy laboratory of the Wyoming Senate. And you know, remember I lived back in that corner, you guys used to hide out there. And it's the reason that I get to do what I do is because you all taught me what true democracy is, what a civilian legislature is, and people that really, you work for a living and you live by your own laws. What a concept. So many states, I think, are very envious of you, and they should be. So I'm more than a little proud to call Wyoming home, and it's great to see you and be back here. So if you ever need anything, I am now your official liaison, so you can call me anytime. Anyway, it's great to be here. Thank you, and thanks for doing this. This means a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks again, Mark. Reports from standing committees.
February 13, 2024. Mr. President, Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 13, Federal Land Use Plans, Legal Actions Authorized, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Kinski and Salazar. No, Senators Anderson and Garut. Conflict, Senator Nethercott. Senator Kinski, Chairman. Correction, that is a do pass failed recommendation.
Thank you, Randy. Senate File 1, first reading of the bill.
Senate File 1, General Government Appropriations, sponsored by the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Pursuant to Rule 14-1B, Senate File 1 is referred directly to Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole to consider only the budget bill, Senate File Number 1 for the General Appropriations of Government.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And the party begins. Senator Landon, come on up.
Senate will please come to order. Fellow senators, this is kind of like backing into the roping box. Let's be quick, but let's don't hurry. And remember, quick is smooth. And I would encourage senators, please have questions ready to expedite the process. We've got a lot of ground to cover in a short time to get there, so please get out ahead as best you can. And I wish the Appropriations Committee all the best as we get underway. So, Mr. Chairman, let's have the reading clerk read the bill, and then I'll call on you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Do you have it? This one. Thanks, Randy.
Senate File 1, General Government Appropriations, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Kinski, one moment, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 1 do pass. Folks, what I'll do is, first I will turn it over to Senator Salazar to give you a high-level overview of some key budget numbers. I will briefly walk through the process, and then we'll get right into it as we explain the bill. So first, Senator Salazar.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, honorable members, first of all, I want to thank LSO. I wanted to go over just briefly some numbers for your attention. All the funds in HB 001, Senate File 001, the budget bill, includes a total appropriation of about $11,162 million. This includes appropriations from all funds found in the budget. The School Foundation Program at $2.7 billion, federal funds $2 billion, LSRA $200 million, internal service funds, payments between agencies $900 million, special revenue $663 million, enterprise funds $714 million. The largest component by far is $275 million in liquor purchases for resale. Highway funds $169 million, water development account 1, $30 million, and the grand total again, $11.162 billion. So let's turn to historical comparisons of the so-called traditional fund appropriations. The general fund, budget reserve account, strategic investments and project accounts, and legislative stabilization reserve account. These in recent years have had total biennial appropriations between $3.2 billion and $3.7 billion, without considering savings. This biennium in total appropriations recommended from traditional funds are about $3.79 billion, including those made effective immediately. Here is the problem. Direct comparisons across budgets over the years are difficult to make true apples to apples due to major carryover expenses, savings, use of ARPA funds, replacement dollars, and effective immediate appropriations. So given those difficulties, our fiscal staff has given us a best guess as to the historical traditional fund appropriations. In 2007-2008, the traditional fund appropriation was 3.65. In 2011-2012, the traditional fund appropriations was 3.21 billion. In 2021-22, it was 2.97 billion with COVID. And finally, in 2025-26, the traditional fund appropriations is sitting at 3.79 billion. The budget bill includes authorization of 7,149 full-time employees, or FTEs, and 235 part-time employees. This budget increases a total of net increase of 50 full-time employees, with the largest coming from, one, the Department of Family Services, which reduced 18 part-time employees, but added 23 full-time employees. The Department of Workforce Services, with 14 full-time employees increase. Enterprise Technology Service, up by 9 full-time employees. Department of Education, up by 9 full-time employees. And the Supreme Court, up by 6 full-time employees. In addition to the FTE increases, there is a 49 FTE decrease resulting from the elimination of the National Guard Youth Challenge Program in the military department. Finally, what is not shown in these numbers is any potential property tax reform other than the governor's $20 million recommendation. There are a number of tax relief bills that those decisions are for the body to decide, which may affect the overall state budget bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Before we get into the sections, just a couple of things, Mr. Chairman. First, a reminder that you do have the budget bill and you also have what we call the cheat sheet. So please have both those out because I think the Appropriations Committee will probably refer to both of those at some point. And once again, in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, before we come to the sections, we have a privilege of the floor for Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's a great privilege today. We're not being invaded. These camouflage uniforms you see upstairs are actually our very good friends. And if they'd please stand, today is Camo at the Capitol. And these are dedicated hunters and anglers and conservationists who've come down to learn how to work with you to make our state a better place for the outdoors and the creatures that live there and the hunters and fishers and lookers that enjoy it. They spend the day learning about lobbying, and you'll probably get to talk to a few of them. And they sponsor the funnest reception of the year at the Botanical Gardens tonight, where you might get a chance to eat some wild game and enjoy some not so wild whiskey, and we'll take it from there. So Camo in the Capitol. I know Jessie Johnson's up there. She's a friend of mine from Lander, but there are many of our friends up there. Welcome. Help me to welcome you to the council.
I've been reminded that your second document is not called what we used to call it. It is a status report, okay? So please have your status report laying next to your bill. And, Mr. Chairman, I think we're ready for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, folks, just in addition to the comments by the chairman, I also want to remind you, first, of course, there's no amendments on committee of the whole, unlike a traditional bill. The amendments all come in on the second reading and the third reading, and there are deadlines to request those amendments. So for a second reading amendment, the deadline to get your request in is this Friday at 5 p.m. And the deadline for third reading amendments to get your request in is 5 p.m. Tuesday. The other thing is, once you've approved your amendment, you can have it released and posted, or you can hold it until, well, right up until we come to that section of the budget. I will say this, though, out of courtesy for staff, it's best once you approved it, ask them to go ahead and post it. In the past, I believe President Driscoll last year, and I know President Dockstetter, and perhaps others as well, imposed a deadline on, I think by 7 or 8 in the morning, and President Driscoll may yet do that again this year so that these things aren't dropping at the last minute and staff are scrambling to try and get them distributed on the floor. The other thing is that we work through the budget in the order presented in the budget bill. There's no going backwards. So we start with section 1 and work all the way to section 300s, and we go sequentially through the various divisions within each of the departments. So once we've done something, there's no going back until the next reading when we go through it all again. As the chairman mentioned, the script that we follow is, for each section, Mr. Chairman, I will bring you section, whatever the section is, number whatever, and then we'll call out, that is page whatever on your summary sheet and page X of the bill, so that whether you're following along in the bill, the sheet, or both, we'll postmark it for you. Then what we do is, as you know, on the summary report, there's a series of footnotes. We will not go through every single footnote. What we'll do is go through ones that seem to be of greatest consequence, that we think it may be of most interest to people. As a, for instance, there was a lot of technology replacement, TRP, technology replacement. Computers get replaced, software gets updated. Most of those are not huge ticket items, so I think you'll see us just skip over those and try to get something that is of greater consequence. So with that, the first section is section 01, Office of the Governor.
Let's go to Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, technical question on amendments. If we develop an amendment, say we're going to increase something in budget 48 and we're going to pay for it by cutting down budget 4, budget 5, something like that at the front, how does that work? Do we wait till the principal part of it? Do we wait till do we take it at the first time we hit something it's done? How does that kind of amendment work?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and staff is listening. If I misdirect Senator Scott, I hope I get corrected, but you could do it in two. You could do one in the first agency and the other in the next agency, or you just do it all in one motion, in which case it will go, I believe, to the later agency. The later agency, the exception of no going backwards is when you're in agency 48 and you pull some money out of agency 4 to fund something. I believe that's the correct answer, and staff will correct me. That's all right. I'm getting a nod of the head. I'm batting 100% so far.
Okay, before we turn it back to the chairman, are there any other questions? Okay, go ahead, Senator Kinski.
All right, the first agency is the governor's office, and I'll turn that over to Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 001, Office of the Governor. On your summary sheet is on page 1. I don't have what page it is of your bill. So on the governor's budget, he budgeted $56,374,331. He has 44 employees, which was an increase of about 2. I'm not going to go through every one of those 24 footnotes, but I would like to highlight 11, which is JAC adopted the governor's rec of $700,000 general fund one time for wild horse management. I thought there was burro in there also, but I don't see the burro. And added footnote number 3 specifying a match requirement for any further expended of this purpose on the Wind River Indian Reservation. Footnote number 14, the JAC reduced $20 million from the Public Welfare Emergencies and Unit because the funds are continuously appropriated for public welfare emergencies as defined in WS 921002. Number 15, JAC added 20,000 general fund, and footnote number 4 for State Emergency Response Commission in-person meetings. Number 16, JAC denied governor's letter number 6 of 5 million general funds for emergency medical services capacity development. Then skip down to number 20, JAC added 800,000 general fund to provide matching funds for the federal Buildings Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. That's a BRIC, I guess is abbreviation for that. It's a grant program, and added footnote number 5. To 23, JAC adopted as a governor rec of 1 million SR one time to increase the federal natural resource policy account, added 1 million general fund, and added footnote number 6. Those funds may be used for litigation relating to federal land, water, air, mineral, and other natural resource policies, as well as treaties between the U.S. and a federally recognized Indian tribe, which may affect the state of Wyoming counties. That's budget request number 109. And then on number 24, the JEC decreased the governor's letter number 3 of 30 million by half to 15 million general fund one time for the Wyoming Innovative Partnership Phase 3, added 1 at-will employee contract AWAC position and footnote number 7. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments on the governor's budget.
Questions on the section 1, the governor? Any questions? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the explanation. I do have an inquiry regarding the Homeland Security component of this governor's budget, and there are, I think, 8 footnotes to that, so there's a lot of things happening, but there's 2 things I'm particularly interested in. One is the footnote, the 14, footnote 14, the $20 million reduction from a particular unit, and there's an explanation because the funds are continues to appropriated somewhere else. I guess my question is, where are those funds going to be held now? They're just going to be in the auditor's office, or where are they going to be held now if they're not within some agency budget? The second thing is I look at 15, this is the State Emergency Response Commission, and we have an esteemed member of this body who is a part of that commission and serves on that commission. I've had numerous conversations with him. Were there any other requests, and I certainly can go back to the governor's budget but were there any other requests with regard to the CERC or the RERT, Regional Emergency Response Teams? So those 2 questions. Where does the 20 million reside now? And were there any other budget requests regarding the CERC or the RERTs? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions before we go to one of our appropriations members to answer? Okay, it looks like maybe Senator Kinski.
Well, I can help it with I think, the largest part of that question, which regarded the $10 million for the public welfare emergencies. That is an appropriation to the governor's, that a fund to the governor continuously out of the LSRA. It's pulled out of there each budget cycle so that he has that available to him. Hence, there was no need for an appropriation in the budget.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can answer the distinguished senator's question on the CERC. The CERC over the past few years has not been able to meet in person. They've been meeting by Zoom. And unfortunately, because of that, the number of members has dropped off considerably, not least of which is also trying to get a quorum. The $20,000 for this biennium was to bring back in-person meetings so that we could counteract that. Given the seriousness of what the CERC does, this was something that we thought was a reasonable appropriation.
Any further questions? Thank you, Senator Salazar. Any further questions? Hearing no further questions, Section 1 is closed. The next session for our consideration is Section 2, Secretary of State. Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, before I proceed with the Secretary of State, could I ask the privilege of the floor?
You may have.
Folks, I would hope that you can look to the front of the room here, and we have Leadership Sheridan class down here in Cheyenne for 2 days. They just got into town a little bit ago. Just give them a warm Wyoming Senate welcome. And I hope to see them all for dinner tonight, and we're going to take a dome tour in the morning, so that'll be...
Welcome to the Senate, to our future leaders, and back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 2, Secretary of State, That is page 2 of your SR, and it is page 8 in your bill. A few things of note here. Footnote 1, the JAC added a footnote saying that no funds should be expended by the Secretary of State for out-of-state litigation without specific legislative authorization. I believe the footnote also said that any suit in which the Secretary of State had not himself been named. Footnote 2, we added $90,000 one time for publication of a constitutional amendment. If one is to come up, I believe there is one from the last session. Footnote number 4, JAC denied the Secretary of State's request for $3.1 million, of 2.9 of which is general fund, to upgrade the current WYO Suite application to SOS Enterprise. I don't know that it matters as much what WYO Suite and SOS is. He feels very strongly with the volume of business they're doing there, they need to upgrade that software. And then 5, they denied the Secretary of State's request $75,000 SR for security, that would have been paid out of a different fund than the general fund, for securities, investor protection, awareness, and education. With that, I'll stand for questions on the Secretary of State.
Any questions on the Secretary of State? Section 2. Hearing no further questions, Section 2 is closed. Next section for our consideration is Section 3, State Auditor. Back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Secretary of State Auditor is on page 2 of your SR and page 10 of your budget book. Only 2 footnotes here. The first is there were 2 positions that had been vacant and somehow had been overlooked in the pay salary survey adjustment. The positions are vacant. The committee voted to go ahead and get those up to just shy of where the market should be in case those ever needed to be filled. But they remain vacant. And 2, JAC adopted the Gov's Rec of $2.3 million general fund for retiree health insurance contributions, and then moved that appropriation to Section 304B. This is an item that comes up every budget cycle. The state does offer a limited retiree health insurance, and this is an appropriation to cover it for the length of the biennium. Stand for any questions on State Auditor.
Questions on the State Auditor's Office on Section 3? Any questions? Seeing no further questions, Section 3 is closed. The next section for our consideration, Section 4, the State Treasurer. Back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you. The State Treasurer is on page 3 of your SR and page 10 of your budget book. Of note here is the first footnote. JAC added footnote number 1, specifying that legislative action is required to increase the maximum base salary levels for investment staff. And footnote 1 also applies to the entire investment division for people other than the investment staff. Footnote 3, JAC adopted the Treasurer's request for $282,000 general fund to reimburse the counties for veterans property tax exemptions. That's an important one to fund. 4, JAC added footnote 2 to require an annual report funded by the agency's appropriations on the direct, indirect, and total investment fees for all external investment managers. So several budget cycles ago, we were clear back in the Jonas Center, the legislature adopted a program of bringing in-house some investment functions based on the fees that we were paying outside managers. It was deemed that we could save those, money of those fees more so than our own function would cost. And this is just a report that we want to see where we are on those fees. 6, JAC adopted the Treasurer's request of $17 million to reduce standard budget commensurate with fees withheld from managers. So here's what this is about. It used to be that a manager would send us gross what they had earned, and then we would write a check back to them. And that was about $17 million. Now the procedure's been changed. They simply go ahead. Now they just withhold what their fee is from that and send us the net check. So he did not need that $17 million line item anymore. And then 8, JAC adopted the treasurer's request for one full-time equivalent for an unclaimed property specialist. And then of note, in 11, JAC adopted the treasurer's request of one full-time equivalent position for an investment analyst. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions on the state treasurer? Senator Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really quick one. I see throughout the budget, the statement, one-time appropriation for a full-time employee. What does that mean, that you're only wanting money one time for a full-time person? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any further questions? Senator Rothfuss?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious about discussion with regard to footnote number 1, which effectively freezes compensation other than performance compensation for the 2-year period, and wanted to know the discussion about that. Is this something that if there is additional employment compensation increases in the second half of the legislative session, it was discussed that, or basically the supplemental budget, that this would be amended, or is this intended to be a 2-year freeze? And I ask, Mr. Chairman, because I know that one of the keys to our success in our internal investment strategy is ensuring that we have high-performing investment employees, and that without that, we end up losing money. So I've always seen these funds as an investment with a massive return, and I'd be worried about not having the best people in those positions that we can possibly afford. So maybe a little more discussion on what the motivation was to freeze those salaries, which I would see as potentially limiting our capacity to recruit the best and brightest into a position that brings in, well, literally hundreds of millions of dollars for us every year.
Senator Kinski, do you want to grab those two?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. The one time is, you can think of that as the setup cost. That's to get them the computer and the equipment and that sort of thing set up. Then the ongoing is the ongoing salary and benefits expense. Sometimes you'll see one time in another context, which is the agency will ask for something and JAC will say, okay, it looks like an ongoing expense to us, but we're going to make it one time because we want you to come back and report and ask for it again so that we know whether it's something that we want to continue to fund. The freeze note is, in fact, for the duration of the biennium. And so your supposition is correct. If on the supplemental there was a desire to adjust pay on those positions, it would require action in the supplemental budget to undo the freeze or loosen it in some way.
Any further questions on the state treasurer? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and I think the good chairman could just remind me how this works, because I don't see it reflected up above in the numbers, but footnote 8 and 11 are both adding a full-time equivalent FTE, but I don't see that, I don't recall how that gets reflected up under the authorized employees. Because and maybe it's because I don't see the base budget on this, and if that's the case, then I apologize, but this is what this is what the governor sent. This is not what the base or standard budget is. Is that accurate? And that's why I don't see those numbers reflected here elsewhere. Thank you.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask our staff to make a note of the request by the senator. It's a good one. What you're seeing is the number as approved by JAC. What you're not seeing is the number of employees before JAC action on the governor's budget. And that would be good data to have in the future so that you know the agency started out with X number and they ended up with X number plus 4. So that's in fact why I highlight those particular footnotes showing the addition of an FTE, because it is not reflected above in those tables. But I think the next budget cycle, that's a great suggestion that we should put that in there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We are on section 4, the state treasurer. Are there any other questions? Okay, hearing no further questions, section 4 is closed. We are now to the Department of Administration and Information. Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, A and I, as it is called, is on page 4 of the SR and page 12 of the budget book. Items of particular interest are footnote 7, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $5 million for a risk pool adjustment and added a footnote to make the appropriation one time. So what is this? The state of Wyoming is, in some instances, self-insured or partially self-insured. And as litigation ensues, you win, you lose some, we've got to refresh that pool. And this is $5 million to get it up to the level that our policies call for. The footnote 8 is the ongoing trying to get the Capitol open on certain holidays and Saturdays, weekends, open to the public. JAC added $350,000 to open the Capitol and specified that the funds are only effective if the Capitol building is open to the public on Saturdays and extended weekday hours during the summer and special events. I would add this, the JAC is tracking the impact of this funding. There's people that are very proud of the Capitol, obviously. Whether or not you open it up on Saturdays and you really see it as a tourist attraction is a question that we want to know, whether $350,000 is worth the money. And there's been a pretty good response in terms of visitation at the Capitol, especially during the summer days. And this is only, I believe, the second year for that. And so we will continue to track that money. Item 9 is $12 million for motor pool vehicle replacement. Then down to 12, JAC adopted the governor's rec to add 1 full-time position for construction project manager. 13, JAC adopted the governor's rec for 2 full-time positions for trade specialists, plumbers, electricians. 15, JAC adopted Gov's recs of $821,000 for maintenance fee increases for the human resource management system. Big number. I don't know that you can get away from it. You have to have that system. And then 20 is a $2.5 million item. This is because we had the city of Laramie and Goshen County come on to the state insurance, and this simply is to reflect an increase in the collection of premium. That $2.5 million is actually employee paid premium. And then 24, adopted the Gov's rec of $1.1 million in federal funds for a Federal Library Services and Technology Act grant. With that, I'll stand for question.
Are there any questions on administration and information? We are in section 6. Questions? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I had a question on the motor pool vehicle replacement. Are they adding a bunch of new vehicles, or what's that about? I guess the discussion would be good. It's my understanding each agency pays to replace those, so is it just a wash?
Any further questions on administration and information? Any further questions? Okay, Senator Kinski.
This is my understanding, Mr. Chairman. The $12 million is to acquire new vehicles. They have a policy as a vehicle hits a certain point in mileage or so forth, they rotate it out and replace it. Each agency has their vehicles, and they are charged an internal charge for the use of that vehicle. It's interesting you asked that because it came up in the discussions that they weren't charging quite enough to reflect the true cost of the vehicle. So next budget cycle, they're supposed to adjust that.
Okay, any further questions on section 6, administration and information? Hearing no further questions, section 6 is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 7, the military department. Is Senator Salazar? It looks like our appropriations member who was due up is out.
I'll go ahead and cover it for him. I think he got called away for something or other. There he is.
Senator Kinski, we have a senator to your left there. I think he can handle it. So Senator Salazar, we are on section 7, the military department. No problem, take it away.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 7.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 7, which is the Wyoming Military Department, which can be found on page 5 of your summary sheet and page 13 on the budget bill. So very briefly, members, I wanted to point out first of all, I wanted to point out that the Wyoming Military Department has an overall budget of $75.9 million. Of that, 17.759 is from the general fund. And I wanted to point out two aspects of the CR notes, starting with number 4. The JAC adopted the governor's rec and added footnote 1 to authorize the agency to add up to 9 positions if the federal funds become available to fund 100% of the position cost. You can find that on budget request page 46. The other note that I wanted to highlight was the JAC adopted the governor's rec and added footnote 2 to authorize the agency to add up to 13 positions if the federal funds became available to fund 100% of these positions. You can find that section budget request on page 62. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions, but that concludes the presentation of Section 007, Wyoming Military Department.
Questions on the military department? Questions? Hearing no further questions, Section 7 is closed. The next section for our consideration, Section 8, the Office of the Public Defender. Senator Kinski.
This is Office of the Public Defender. Section 8 is on page 6 of your SR and on page 15 of the budget bill. Of interest first is footnote 1. JAC adopted the governor's rec to allow the agency flexibility to move funds from the 100 series, which is HR, people on staff, and the 900 series, which is contract services with non-staff, for court-ordered private attorneys, and added footnote 1, which gives them flex, that's section 30C, gives them flex of up to $4.4 million. What is this about? You may recall several years ago, there was an attorney in a Wyoming county where the judge ordered them to take on a case, and she was in the public defender's office. She said, our caseload is so huge, we can't handle the case volume. We just can't. And the judge, I think, held her in contempt, and it went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court backed her up and said there is a rule in the ethics that you can't take on more work than you can handle. And so this says, you know, if they get overwhelmed, that they have the authority to hire some outside attorneys and to flex funds to do that. Item 2 is adopt a gov's rec of $958,000 to replace the case management system. And then footnote 4. They denied the gov's rec of $500,000 one time for capital case funding. And JAC then added sections 303C and D to, instead of appropriate new money, to allow them to carry over money from the prior biennium. And between prosecutors and the defense, there's $1.2 million there combined, a bit more than what they'd asked for originally. And the reason the capital case is of interest is if you're accused of a crime, murder, you've got to have an attorney that's qualified, that's tried a certain number of capital jury trials, and you need prosecutors who have experience in it. So this funds the wheels of justice. I'll stand for questions.
We're on the Office of the Public Defender. Are there any questions? Any questions? Hearing no questions, we will close Section 8. Next section for our consideration is Section 10, the Department of Agriculture. Right back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you. Of interest here, there's some things, weights and measures and updating some licensing systems and so forth. I think the first one that really draws some interest is $300,000 for the Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom program. And then 11, 12, and 13 deal with the ADMB, the Predator Management Districts, and the base budget there was 7.3 million. The governor recommended adding 994,000. And then JAC added 2.6 million, which brought it up to an even 10 million. And then reached to Game and Fish for another $1 million, and then inserted some footnotes on how the money was to be used. Of the non-Game and Fish money, $150,000 is to be used for wolf management predation losses. And then wolf. And then 1.6 million is for special projects that were footnoted. They are to prevent predator management projects designed to prevent the listing of a species as endangered, so you can think sage grouse, and to try to restore some of the decimated game herds. So there's a significant bump there with some limitations on how it's to be used and where it's to be used. Also of interest in the budget, you'll see that there is a line for weed and pest. The governor initially, we'll come to it later, the governor initially recommended $20 million increase in invasive weeds, but he did not put it in this department to the Weed and Pest Council, but to the Wildlife Natural Resources Trust. That 20 million was cut to 5 million by your JAC, but since we're on ag, I think that's something of note. Stand for questions.
So the Department of Agriculture, questions, Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so when we go to footnote number 12, and this is the addition of some of that special projects for predator control, what's the source of the $1 million special revenue?
Okay, are there any other questions? We'll stack them up for the chairman. Any other questions on the Department of Agriculture? Senator Hutchings.
Mr. Chair, just wonder why it costs so much to have a species not be listed. Is it lawyer expenses? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the Department of Agriculture? Okay, Senator Kinski, back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The 1 million is game and fish funds. And of course, as we know, that due to restrictions on that funding, they have to have approval on any of those projects. And typically, those projects are put together between the ADMB and Game and Fish in a collaborative style. That will continue. 1 million to try and prevent the listing. It's, if that sage grouse is listed, it shuts down a whole lot of Wyoming. So we see this as, you know, potentially could just shut down a lot of oil and gas it already has, could shut down ag operations. It's already impinged on ag operations. So we see this 1.6 million as an investment in one of many ways that we're trying to keep that species from being listed as endangered. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, we are on section 10, Department of Agriculture. Anything further? Okay, hearing no other questions, section 10 is closed. The next section for our consideration, section 11, the Department of Revenue. Senator Kinski.
Okay, on this is page 8 of your SR and page 19 of your budget book. You'll see footnote 2, JAC adopted a technical correction to add 1 FTE to administrative services. They miscounted on some internal transactions, and so this was a bookkeeping entry. The rest of it, you're gonna see a lot of positions impacted, FTE. They reorganized. And so you have to have one note that says, I'm eliminating this position in this department, another note that says we're creating a position in this department. There were not any net new FTEs in the reorganization of this department. The other thing I thought of interest is 13, which is $627,000 to move to a cloud-based CAMA, the computer-assisted mass appraisal software solution. We'll hear a lot about CAMA when we talk about property tax reform. And then 14, JAC adopted the governor's letter of $20 million for the existing property tax refund program. Stand for questions.
We're on the Department of Revenue. Any questions? Any questions? Hearing no further questions. Section 11, the Department of Revenue is closed. The next section for our consideration, Section 14, the Miners Hospital Board. Right back to you, Senator Kinski.
This is in page 9 of the SR and page 20 of your budget book, and there is no change. Well, there is. One, adopted the governor's rec of $13,000 for new hire and salary adjustments. Relatively small item, although otherwise the agency's virtually unchanged. Stand for question.
Okay, any questions? Okay, hearing no further questions, Section 14, the Miners Hospital Board is closed. Next section for our consideration, Section 15, the Attorney General, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Section 15, the Attorney General, which can be found on page 10 of your summary sheet and page 15 on the budget bill. Honorable members.
Senator, I think the Attorney General is on page 20, is it not? I think.
Excuse me, Mr.
Senator,
Chairman,
just so
sorry.
you can find it. Sorry to interrupt, but.
No, thank you for
Take
that
it away,
help.
Senator Salazar.
Senators, you'll see that in the 2024 JAC draft bill, the overall budget for the Attorney General's office is $112,689,000. Of that, 28.5 is federal funds, 67.2 is from the general fund. I'd like to direct your attention to a few SR notes, particularly number 1. The JAC added $43,000 in the general fund, and footnote 1 for employer-paid bar dues for employees in the office of the Attorney General. Those are the attorneys. If you go down to SR note 11, the JAC adopted the governor's rec of $45,200 from the general fund for message switch two-factor authentication. That can be found on your budget request page 74. SR note 12, I want to highlight, which is adopted the governor's rec of $50,000 from the general fund for cohesivity maintenance, and added footnote 2 to make the appropriation effective immediately, and that can be found on the budget request page 75. If you go to SR notes 14, the JAC adopted the governor's letter number 11 of $1.6 million from the general fund and one full-time equivalent position, of which $210,000 out of the general fund and one full-time equivalent position in the Criminal Investigation Division for the Internet Crimes Against Children unit. If you look at SR note number 18, the JAC adopted the governor's letter number 11 of $1.6 million from the general fund and one full-time equivalent position of 1.390 from the general fund for the Victim Services Division for Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Program and the Child Advocacy Center, the CAC. The JAC also added footnote 2 to prorate the $400,000 out of the general fund for additional grants to the CACs based on completion of interviews and conducted by the CAC in the prior year. Finally, if you look at SR note 19, the JAC reduced the governor's recommendation of $640,000 out of the general fund by $440,000 out of the general fund to $200,000 from the general fund for the Safe to Tell 24/7 call center. And you can find that request on page 176. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the explanation of section 015, Attorney General.
Any questions on the budget for the Attorney General? We're on section 15. Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question on item number 1, I guess. Is this a standard? I mean, is it not usually in the standard budget? And how much is this for each attorney? Do you know?
Any other questions on the Attorney General? Any further questions? Senator Ellis?
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. Along those lines, I often get asked how many attorneys are housed within the AG's office, and I don't think I can see that. I just see the total number of staff, which includes non-attorneys. So maybe that'll help inform our, just kind of piggyback off the first question we just got. As well as I am curious, if my recollection serves, some of these attorneys might be barred in other districts where Wyoming has an interest, like the or the DC District Court, they have separate fees, and I'm just wondering if this limitation prevents their office from covering those fees, so more clarification from the bringer.
Okay, any further questions? So Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Footnote number 19 was reduced down to $200,000 to Safe to Tell. Just a question, I'm unfamiliar with who that is. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Salazar, do you want to take a couple of those and then we can come back if we have further?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the first question, yes, this is new. It was requested by the Attorney General's office to pay their dues from here on in. As far as the second question, I'd like to get back with the good senator on that. And with regard to the third question, let me get back to you on that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Senator Salazar, I think Senator Ellis hit on that second question pretty well. Let's go back to Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that Safe to Tell? Does it have money that's carried over, and is that the reason it was dropped, or can you further enlighten us?
So does anyone, like maybe the Chairman of Education, want to talk about Safe to Tell, or Senator Salazar, you got it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Safe to Tell, in a very simplistic description, is a phone number that kids can call when they see something that is disturbing, that perhaps they don't want to talk to an immediate adult next to them or their parents. And so this is an opportunity for them to get that information, but in a safe and confidential manner, without perhaps having to tell it to a brother or a sister or an adult. So that's what the 24/7 is about.
Okay, any further questions on the Attorney General budget? Any further questions, Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the question, there's approximately 86 to 90 attorneys within the Attorney General's office representing the state. Bar dues are approximately $500 per attorney, equaling that $43,000 figure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nethercott. Anything else on the Attorney General? Okay, hearing no further questions. Section 15, the Attorney General is closed. The next section for our consideration is Senator Kinski.
I wanted to address Senator Larson's question about the funding. The program was funded by Homeland Security and WYDOT, both reduced their funding. The governor was going to move funding in there. JAC cut the funding and said, let's wait and see how much is actually needed before we put additional funding in there, is the
And
answer.
Senator Kinski, you're referring to the Safe to Tell program,
Safe to Tell,
correct?
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
all righty. Anything further? Okay, didn't mean to get ahead of you, Mr. Chairman, so hearing no further questions at this point, we will close section 15, the Attorney General. The next section for our consideration is section 20, the Department of Environmental Quality. Let's go to Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 20, Department of Environmental Quality. The budget for the Department of Environmental Quality is found on pages 11 and 12 of the summary sheet and page 22 of the budget bill. You'll see on that page that the total budget for them is $202,672,181, and the federal funds that are half of that are $124,032,865. So more than half of our total budget is paid by the federal government. They have 273 employees. You may recall last year in the supplemental budget, at industry request, we provided a couple of positions to the agency to help get detailed permits out in a more timely manner. During the interim, the agency came before the JAC and testified that the EPA has proposed 70 new clean air rules, all that have to be evaluated to see if the state needs to challenge the rule. Now, you remember we are separate from the feds on the clean air, so we can make some rules on that. All have to be evaluated to see if the state needs to challenge the rule and to consider what draft agency rule would need be created. In light of this, private industry, the state of Colorado's Environmental Agency, and EPA's Region 8 Air Quality Division, located in Denver, have all actively been recruiting Wyoming DEQ employees and have been successful because our compensation for this level of engineer with years of experience was significantly less than the neighboring states, and the private sector were paying. In particular, the agency noted 2 of the 4 air quality engineers who specialize in modeling air emissions did leave. At the time of that committee hearing, the agency had 20 vacancies in air quality. Wyoming was the second state to receive primacy over Class 4 injection wells after North Dakota. There are only, I think that's Class 6 actually. There are only 4 states currently with that authority. In visiting with other states while attending Energy Council, they are all envious of our position and indicate that the process now for them to get the same primacy will take years. The importance of this authority is the benefit it has to our industries who can now get their Class 6 injection permits. Each Class 6 well requires 1 permit for the construction of the well, which takes 8 to 10 months, and then a second permit after the well is completed, which modifies the first permit to authorize injection. That takes another 8 to 12 months from the state. This process may seem long, but it is years shorter than the process through the EPA. When this authority was granted, the Water Quality Division allocated 2.5 existing FTEs to administer the new Class 6 permits. This last year, they were able to get 3 permits for construction done. This year, they have 6 applications in-house now under review and are expecting 30 new applications in 2024. With 2.5 FTE, there isn't much of a bench to cover the anticipated permitting process, and the A-team can't handle the expanded volume. At the conclusion of our interim meeting, the JAC voted to support the agency and the governor's office in addressing the compensation problem for existing positions and asked the agency to include the increases in this standard budget. The effect of that action is the air quality vacancies drop from 20 to 10 currently. We also requested the agency adjust their standard budget through their exception request to right-size the agency for the workload. This budget will increase the FTEs in agency by 11. In administration, the JAC adopted all of Governor's recs in this division, which realigned positions within division for better accountability for the agency's indirect cost alignment and to capture federal dollars for administrative costs. In air quality, the JAC adopted Governor's rec in Note 5 for the salary adjustments mentioned earlier. We adopted Gov's rec in Note 6 through 10, adding 5 positions, and denied Gov's rec in Note 5 and added a 6th FTE in this division to meet the additional workload I mentioned earlier. In water quality, JAC adopted Gov's rec in Note 18 to add a FTE for the Class 6 permitting. And JAC added 2 additional FTEs for Class 6 in Notes 16 and 17. And for these 2 positions, they added footnote number 1, found on page 22 of the bill, making $80,000 of the appropriation effective immediately to cover the remainder of the fiscal year. In land quality, JAC adopted all the Gov's recs, one of which was an additional FTE for southeast Wyoming to cover the increase in non-coal mineral development. You can see that reference in Note 23. In industrial siting, this division had only 1 exception and is the last of the 11 new FTEs identified in Note 27 to assist with a significant increase in industrial siting permits. In solid waste, JAC adopted Gov's rec in Note 28 and accepted the governor's letter number 12 and created footnote number 2 to provide $10 million to the municipal waste cease and transfer program. This amount is estimated to cover all remaining grant and load needs of the program. Uranium recovery, abandoned mine reclamation area, Note 30 in the uranium recovery program and Note 31 in the AML program were both administrative actions. JAC's adoption of the GovDirect for both. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the explanation of Section 20, Department of Quality.
Any questions, Department of Environmental Quality, Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. President, so I see the positions for the Class 6 wells, but I'm just wondering, what's driving the need for additional positions for Class wells? Is this the direct carbon capture sequestration that we're anticipating, or so what projects are going out there on now that we would need all this additional help to do Class 6 well permitting?
Any further questions that we can stack up for Senator Anderson on the Department of Environmental Quality? Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I can answer that. The School of Energy Resources is knee-deep in this. We have 3 new wells we're putting in, and all the activity in southeast Wyoming has the rest of the wells. They're all private wells that are going to inject CO2 into the ground if all of them come about. They're being proposed now, but they may not come about. But the 3 for SER will come about. We have 3 we're going to drill in the southeast Wyoming. We have 2 already drilled in the Gillette area. And so we're part of that problem. But it does take a long time to get a permit. But thank God the DEQ is doing it, because if we were going through the EPA, we would never get these permits. So it's really good that Wyoming has this primacy, and we need to hold on to it with everything we've got. Thank you.
Further questions, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on that, and I'm glad that we have primacy, is just because of the permitting issues. So with the 1 FTE and the explanation, what's the expectation, and what can one employee mean? How many wells a year, Class 6 injection wells, how many a year could an employee do? More than 3, 5? I don't know. As these come in, trying to figure out if we've got 5 or 6 coming on board, we've got an FTE, if we get 5 more on, I'm just trying to see if the workload is such with these permittings and the arduous, for every 5 wells, we have to put on another employee. I guess that's what I'm trying to ask, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, before we go back to Senator Anderson, let's go to Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, are these permanent sequestration or is it enhanced oil recovery? What exactly is this? Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll answer the easy one first. Are they permanent sequestration or the EORI? All these wells we're talking about, these Class 6 wells or EOR, are permanent sequestration. They're taking CO2 mostly from where we sell coal in the east. We're trying to take that CO2 back and put it in the ground here so we can sell more coal. That's the idea of these wells. All the private wells, I'm not sure where they're getting all their CO2. Some of it's from the steel industry, some of it's from car manufacturing. There's various areas that it's coming from, but it's all going to be sequestered. We're not talking about EORI wells. The expectation of how many per year an employee can do, I'll have to get back to DEQ and ask them that. I could take a wild guess, but I don't want to do a wild guess, so let me get back to him on second reading. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Anderson, thank you. Let's go to Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would just add to that on the Class 6 wells that it's not just a matter of doing a well and then you're done with that well. For Class 6, there is so much extensive monitoring and ongoing operational responsibility and reporting back to DEQ for many years for this permanent geological sequestration that it's a build-up effect as well. I too don't know exactly how many that is, but it's not just a matter of we can do 3 a year or we can do 5 a year. You're building up a portfolio that requires oversight by DEQ. Thank you.
Senator Anderson.
To address that, Mr. Chairman, right now, it's a minimum of 20 years that you have to monitor that well. We expect that to be extended. once we sequester all the CO2, we expect to see the federal government say you've got to keep monitoring it for 40 years. So that's the expectation that everybody's going into this with. They're going to go in with 20 years, but expect to double it.
Anything further on the Department of Environmental Quality, Senators? Hearing no further questions, Section 20, the Department of Environmental Quality is closed. The next section for our consideration, Section 21, the Department of Audit. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Department of Audit is on page 12 of your SR, and it is on page 23 of the budget book. There's one item here of interest, and that's item 3. The rest is technology replacement and licensure and so forth. Item 3 is $433,000 for the annual statewide audit. So the state government itself must be audited, and that an outside firm has to be hired to do that. And they produce what is called the ACFR, ACFR, the Annual Compliance Fiscal Report. And so far, we've been clean on all of those. Thank you. Stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
It's nice to know we've got a clean ACFR, Senator. Thank golly. So any questions on the Department of Audit? Section 21, hearing no further questions, Section 21 is closed. Let's go to Section 23, the Public Service Commission. Back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PSC is on page 16 of your SR and page 24 of your budget book. There's a lot going on here. You see the word FTE and positions. This was a reorganization. No net new employees with one exception, and that is on footnote 13. And that's $378,000 for 4,500 one time for one equivalent, full-time equivalent position for a principal economist. As you know, these folks deal with rate cases, and they want to have an economist on board. They get a lot of that work. And then also of interest is 16, JC adopted Gov's rec of $245,000 for consulting services. And this again is various sorts of experts that have specialized or technical knowledge that the department needs to draw upon in these rate cases. That'll stand for questions.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, not really a question, but more of a comment. This agency had a very big year. They worked very hard. They did some extremely good work, and they are really overworked, as is the companion agency for them, the Office of Consumer Advocate. Your Corporations Committee is currently there's one bill we reported out today that had additional responsibilities for this agency, and we included funding and an additional position. Of course, that'll be referred to the Appropriations Committee. There's another bill in the hopper that we haven't got to yet that could have the same consequences. So ultimately, we're talking about possibly a couple of new positions for new functions that we, in the bills that we approve for introduction, create more responsibilities for the Public Service Commission. Just to put all this in perspective, this is probably the smallest commission in the country. When I was at the Illinois Commerce Commission, I was the director of policy at the end of that tenure. Our agency had over 500 staffers, but we did regulate more things. We had motor crossings and taxi cabs and interstate transportation, and that was a whole division of about a couple hundred people. So, but for telecommunications, electricity, and natural gas, and a few other things, that was about 300 people for the state of Illinois. I've always been amazed at what this agency accomplishes with the little that they have. I definitely think they do need more economists. It's been a complaint in the past that the agency has evolved to where all the appointments are actually lawyers, and they're good lawyers, they're good people, they're doing a good job. But I think they could use a little broader outlook. So anyway, that's what's coming with regards to this request. We're open to working with the Appropriations Committee, however they want to handle that. If the budget is still open when those bills get finished with them and get back here, I'm not sure that's going to happen that way or not, but it could be put in the budget or other means handled. So open to suggestion on that, but it's coming.
Appreciate the chairman of corporations giving us that heads up of a couple of things to come. And you've always said that the world needs more economists, right, Senator? Anything further on the Public Service Commission? Hearing nothing further, Section 23, Public Service Commission is closed. Next section for our consideration, Section 24, the State Parks and Cultural Resources, and that is back to Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources, found on page 14 of your SR. Their budget is $71,652,450. They have 220 employees, 71 of which are part-time. You'll see some money moved around there. The money was moved to tourism operations is what happened there, that 224 and the 800,000. I direct your attention to footnote number 2. The JAC added 63,000 general funds, and footnote number 1 for the publication of the Annals of Wyoming. I think we get questions on that every year if we're still producing that, and yes, they are. Footnote number 3, JAC added 120,000 general funds, and footnote number 2 for the We the People program. Footnote number 4, JAC added 300,000 general fund one time as matching funds for humanities, initiatives, grants, and added footnote number 3. Footnote number 5, JAC added 10,000 general fund, and footnote number 4 for the Wyoming Centennial Farm and Ranch program. That'll hit you hard if you're a farm and rancher. Footnote number 6, we added footnote number 5 to allow the agency flexibility to move funds from 100 series personnel services to 900 series contract services to ensure the state's archaeology work related to human remains identification. Then I'll direct you to number 14. Footnote number 14, JAC adopted the Gov's Rec of $170,545 general fund for state imaging center equipment and maintenance, and added footnote number 6, I guess it is, to make the appropriation one-time budget request. Then footnote number 17, JAC added 5 million general fund and 2 at-will employees, AWAC positions for operations, site improvements, facility stabilization, and major maintenance at the High Plains Research Station and Arbitrarium, and added footnote number 7. And that concludes my remarks on Section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources.
State Parks and Cultural Resources. Question, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping you could explain a little bit more on footnote 17, the Arboretum, just how that came to us, what the condition of the facility is, why we're putting that in a budget rather than a bill. Could you just give us a little more information, please?
Further questions on the state parks? Senator Hutchings?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On footnote number 2, or 3, I see the 120,000 for the We the People program, and I was just wondering, I see a lot about the program, but I don't know where it came from, and has anybody ever researched what they're teaching and why we hold on to it? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chances are there are others in here besides me who have served as a judge in that program, but we'll get to that, Senator. Thank you. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on footnote number 8, where the governor, the JAC adopted the governor's rec, this is for one FTE, it's about $250,000. And I noticed the source of the funds out of there is for coming out of the tourism account. So I'm just wondering why tourism is hiring a curator for $250,000 for the Capitol. If we could just get a little explanation on how all that circular stuff works, I'd appreciate it.
Before we go any further, Senator Anderson, you want to take a couple of those? And then I bet we can provide another stack to you here in a minute. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to get back to the questions on the second reading. I have all three down. I can answer partially on all of them, but I want to get a complete answer. So I'll get back to them on second reading.
Anything further? Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address number 3. To my good friend, the senator from Cheyenne, if you've never seen a We the People competition, I would encourage you to do so. You have a team right here in the capital city. These are high school students that read the original founders' documents. It's getting lost now. They were the letters that were published over
the Magna Carta,
the Federalist Papers, Federalist Papers, the Constitution, clear back to Magna Carta, and then they have propositions that they have to debate. And it is incredible, the research that these kids have done and the mastery that they attain. And it's a very active competition from across Wyoming. And then there's a national competition. Wyoming has sent a number of teams to that national competition. This started out as a $100,000 grant that was administered by the History Center at the University of Wyoming. There's a retired teacher here in your town for whom this is a real passion project, and his retirement is dedicated to really promoting this event and seeing that those funds are properly administered. It's been continuously, I think it's been since 2002. It had been $100,000. We bumped it up to $120,000 and said, just make it part of the standard budget instead of debating it every 2 years. This program is ongoing. It's just a phenomenal program. You'd be very proud of these kids.
So Senator Kinski, thanks for that. Just to take license for one moment here, I think anyone who supports the idea of civics in our schools, this program just punctuates that incredibly well. And so, Senator Anderson, thank you for getting back to folks on second reading on a couple of those. Anything else on state parks? Hearing no further questions on Section 24. Section 24 is closed. Next section for our, I'm sorry, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was a little late to the mic, but on that footnote number 12, that's $600,000 to the National Endowment of the Arts. What exactly is Wyoming receiving out of that? If anybody can answer that question, thank you.
Senator Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get back to him on second reading. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Given that, State Parks and Cultural Resources, Section 24 is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 27, the State Construction Department. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this one gets a little messy, but we'll just work through it. First, you can take footnotes 6 through 13 and scratch those off. JAC moved those to a Section 300, and this is all K-12 school capital construction, major maintenance, non-education facilities, et cetera. So that was all moved to Section 300. So 6 through 13, you can scratch those off. Then on item 4, JAC adopted Gov's Rec for 3 at-will employee contract positions to act as owner's reps on projects as needed. So they won't be full-time positions. It's only when you have a project underway. And it was an eye-opener to me to find out that we have projects underway where there's not an owner's rep on site observing the work. And we really should have that. That's in the state's best interest. And I think that is I think that's the bulk of it. The rest of it ends up being in all the actions in Section 313. Oh, well, except this. Well, all other major maintenance on state buildings is in Section 308, so that pretty well eviscerates the budget here. Thank you.
Anything on the State Construction Department? Sounds like there's some to come on that. Section 27, State Construction Department is closed. The next section for our consideration, Section 29, the Wyoming Water Development Office. Back to Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 29, Wyoming Water Development Office. That's on page 15 of your SR. At the bottom of that page, it's kind of hard to find, actually, on the bottom of the page. Their budget is $9,194,152. They have an $85,533 exception for hardware and software. They have 26 employees. Water Development 1 and 2 are for municipal water and ag irrigation projects. The staff manages over $589 million in projects, exceeding 280 projects. They applied for $25 million from NRCS Regional Conservation Partnership Program for funding Colorado River Basin Critical Conservation Area in Wyoming. And that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Questions on Section 29, the Wyoming Water Development Office? Any questions? Hearing no further questions, Section 29 is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 31, the Collection Agency Board. Before we go to that one, let's go to Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privilege of the floor, if I may.
You absolutely have it.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I have a county commissioner from Fremont County here who is also a personal friend, an extraordinary public servant, and his lovely wife Kim is here. If you would greet County Commissioner Ron Fabricius with us. He's with us right here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Welcome to the Senate. We've got lots of visitors this afternoon, so if someone comes about that you want to introduce, just stand and we can certainly do that as we go. We're on Section 29, the Wyoming Water Development Office, and we would go to Senator Anderson next on Wyoming Water Development.
Mr. Chairman, I could repeat that, but I bet everybody would know I was just repeating myself. We already did 29.
Thank you, Senator, and that's the quickest one we've done. Sorry about that, everyone. Section 31, Collection Agency Board. I'll repeat what I said before, and Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, Collection Agency Board 31 will be considered with all the other boards and commissions. So the next one in the budget order we have is 37, State Engineer.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Let's go to Section 37 then, the State Engineer. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Section 37, State Engineer. It's on page 16 of your SR. They have a budget of $36,282,247 and an exception budget of $4,344,642. They have 117 employees. They're charged with helping Wyoming water users continue to meet their water needs with expanding demands of the limited resources from intrastate and interstate users. The governor put $16.9 million, you'll see in there, in the general fund, and the JAC moved that to take it out of the Water One Fund. Page 102, that's 16.9 from general fund to water fund, you'll find it there. Other than that, we adopted all Governor Rex, just changed source of Water One. And that concludes my remarks.
Section 37, State Engineer, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little more explanation as to why we are taking the Board of Control budget out of water development program funding. So the Board of Control is a constitutionally mandated office that is traditionally found under the State Engineer's office. However, when we were short of money, and you remember the nice Jonah building we were in, and the body moved to put this under water development while we were short of funds. However, we're no longer in that position. So what is the position of the JAC as to why they would like to continue to fund this out of program funds that go out to each of our communities for irrigation districts, municipalities, all of our infrastructure in those areas. We have a report talking about our aging irrigation infrastructure liabilities that are looming over our heads. So what was the rationale for this? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions before we go back to Senator Anderson? Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, similar, same question. So if you go in there and you take the notes there on that line for the notes for 1, 2, 3, 11, and 12, I've never seen this before, so I need an explanation. And I'm sure it's you get down there and it says, so the JAC reduced it by $16,911,633 and then increased the like amount of $1. I'm just wondering if that was their, being a benefactor to the program by adding all that money in there, but why $1? I just never seen that before.
Okay, any further questions on the state engineer? Senator Anderson, you want to take a shot at those?
Sure. I'll have to get back with Senator Steinmetz on that control, why we took it out of Water One. It was pretty dominant, though, that we would do that. So I'll get back with the group and see what the agency says about that. I'm not sure where you see $1. There's a S1 in this line. I think it might be S1. Yeah, okay, I think I can answer that one. Thank you.
Okay, I'm glad we got out from underneath that one. Is there anything else on the state engineer, folks? Okay, hearing no further questions on section 37. Section 37, state engineers closed. The next section for our consideration, section 39, the Wildlife Natural Resources Trust. And let's go to Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 39 Wildlife Natural Resource Trust is page 17 in your SR, page 29 in the budget book. The first note, this gets a little, there's some accounting going on here. Note number 1, adopted Gov's rec of $121,000 SR, that is special revenue, for spending authority for the Encana oil and gas funds to reduce the number of B11s needed during the biennium. So there's an Encana oil and gas fund, which was ordered mitigation, a fund set up, ordered by mitigation, for mitigation in 2005. And there's an amount that's authorized in the budget for spending authority out of that fund. And they routinely have to B11, that's where you go, okay, it's not in my budget, here's a B11, I need to spend more than you authorized me to. And this has been going on for years, so they're saying, let's just get the budget set at a realistic level. The other one is number 4, JAC adopted Gov's rec of $4.7 million special revenue, that is the earnings out of the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, and a technical correction of $300 for a total of $4.7 for additional project funding. And that's, I believe, we heard this in JAC, I believe there are 4 projects. One is for a fish ladder, fish ladders, it's interesting. The others are reduction of sagebrush and cheatgrass, some really interesting programs that actually increase the amount of forage for wildlife, had some dramatic effects. And then 6, you'll recall I talked to the Department of Agriculture about the Weed and Pest Council being housed there, but here the governor recommended $20 million for invasive plants and grasses mitigation, which JAC reduced to $5 million. The mitigation, as I understand it, is primarily aimed at, well, cheatgrass we've got everywhere, but in northern Wyoming, we've got an invasion of Ventonata, Medusa head. I have a friend who's a rancher. He says, if you ever have Ventonata or Medusa head, you'd wish you had your cheatgrass back. It's that bad. Then 7, JAC adopted Gov's rec of $7 million special revenue for spending authority for the Rocky Mountain Power Project funds. This again is a mitigation fund set up in 2022, and this appropriation pretty well exhausts that fund. And then 8, JC added $2 million more for a deposit into the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust corpus. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, questions on the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust? Any questions? Here, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to learn a little bit more about the decision in rejecting the GovRec for $20 million in invasive species down to $5 million. I understand a little bit of the narrative, but that's a big difference, and it seemed as if it were just a trivial, we went with a little lower number. So there must have been some motivation for the $20 million recommendation from the governor, and perhaps one of my colleagues that's more familiar in this space has information on why there was a $20 million ask and why that ask was rejected, because again, pretty substantial difference going from a $20 million need down to a $5 million provision. So what's the justification there, Mr. Chairman?
So footnote 6, and further questions, Senator Ives.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on the good senator from the ivory tower, we learned earlier that that was shifted from weed and pest to the Wildlife Trust here too, and I'd like to know why that happened that way. Thank you.
Okay, same question. Senator Kinski.
My good friend from the ivory tower, I can't explain it. I mean, I clearly, I have a rural district, and we have a vested interest in seeing our game really stepped up on these invasive weeds. So I was delighted to see the initial recommendation, but that's not what the majority of the JAC went along with. Why in the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust versus the Weed and Pest Council? I don't know, quite frankly. They both, in my experience and knowledge, operate in a very collaborative manner. Neither one of them just goes out and spends the money on their own. They have to bring in federal agencies and state agencies and private landowners and try and prioritize these projects. And perhaps the governor just felt like the trust would do a better job of coordinating all that and prioritizing that than the Weed and Pest Council. I'm not sure myself. My preference would have been for it to stay with Weed and Pest Council.
Senator Kinski, I do think you hit on it. Just to take quick license as chairman of your committee in this area, I think it's remarkable work that's done on that Wildlife Trust. A lot of it is aimed at what these funds are footnoted for, but let's go to Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I can answer that question. Traditionally, your weed and pest districts deal with those local funds and the state projects. What the Wildlife Trust Fund has been able to demonstrate is a significant level of leverage and match. And so with the Rocky Mountain Power Fund, there was millions put into that account for that. Typically, they'll leverage these funds at a 4 to 5 to 1 ratio. And they're very good at that. And then with all the different partners, and the partners bring the other money. BLM contributes to match this. That's just a number of the NGOs. So you think about the Elk Foundation, Mule Deer, Sage Grouse, all these other groups, they normally participate through the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund, and they're able to leverage those where typically your weed and pest districts may not be set up to handle other grants and matching firms. Not that they can, it's just that this is what these guys do. And because of that leverage, that 4 to 5 times, so if we put 5 million in, normally that program will turn that into 15 or 20, and that's what they're very good at, and then coordinating with the partners. So we get a bigger bang for a buck. Our weed and pest districts do a good job, but these already have all those relationships in place to leverage all those monies. And I think that's the biggest reason that you see those go in there. Get a bigger bang for our buck.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hicks, and I know Senator Kinski's going to look at that 20 down to 5 million and maybe come back to us on second reading. Anything else on the Wildlife Trust? Hearing no further questions, Section 39, the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust is closed. I think that Senator Kinski was thinking about a 10-minute break here halfway through the front page. Were you not, Senator Kinski?
In about 10 minutes. I think the majority floor leader's got a 10-minute plan for us.
Okay, about 10 more minutes? Okay, let's move on then to Section 40, the Game and Fish Commission. Let's go to Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 40 Game and Fish, Wyoming Game and Fish. They are not in the budget. They are self-funded from user fees. We set that up several years ago. Projected, their budget for 2024 will be $101,723,261. They 36% of that will be wildlife, 19% will be fish, 16% will be services. The 2024 revenue will be $104,812,374, so they may make just a little bit more than they spend. And 85% of the funds come from users. They do get some funds from the federal government and from other grants. One of the big things on their agenda is they can't get people to work in the Teton County, so they're going to put $12,406,175 into 6 houses and a fourplex on property they already own in Teton County, so they can house their employees. That's how bad the situation is up there for housing their employees. They have a rainy day account in Pool A of $44 million. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Any questions on the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission? Hearing no questions, Section 40, the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission is closed. Next section for our consideration, Section 41, the Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety line item. Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, this is on page 17 of your SR and page 30 of your budget book. The only 2 items here of note are footnotes 2 and 3, where they reduced a Gov's rec of $143,000 by 112 to a net of $30,000 to reclassify a position, and the next one a net of $14,000. The net effect of this was they had a fire inspection position, an electrical inspector position that had been reclassified to a level where you could actually hire an inspector, and the department had mistakenly included their benefits in an aggregate number, so this is just bookkeeping to back that out. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions on Section 41? Section 41, the Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety section is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 42, Geological Survey. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Geological survey of interest here is footnote 8. And the director of this program that was really one of the more interesting, not that every budget hearing we have isn't interesting, but this was one of the more interesting, $2 million one time for airborne geophysical surveys to analyze Wyoming's mineral resources, and specified a footnote specifying the matching requirements. And I mean, what you can do from the air these days is just stunning, and using the latest technology, they want to update these geophysical maps. But the part that I enjoyed the most is that the committee said, the director said, you know, I'll go out, and she just volunteered, I'll go out and try and raise a match. Just very enthusiastic, and it was very refreshing. And so we said, okay, well, we'll put in there match it if you can, but otherwise there's the $2 million because we want to get this work underway. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the rest of it is let's see. Yeah, it looks like TRP, but let me see, is it 3 and 4? Looks like addition of a geologic data analyst and a minerals geologist, two full-time positions added. That's footnotes 3 and 4. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we are on Section 42, the Geological Survey. Are there any questions for the senator? Any questions? Hearing no further questions. Section 42, the Geological Survey, is closed. The next section for our consideration, Section 44, the Insurance Department. Senator Kinski.
Section 44 Insurance Department, page 18 of SR, page 32 of the budget. Line 1, adopted govs rec of $88,000 SR, SR meaning special revenue. So the department funds itself out of fees that the insurance companies pay for new hires and salary adjustments. And then item 2, adopted govs rec of 250 and 1 FTE for a health program manager. And the rest of it is technology stuff. Stand for questions.
Any questions on section 44 of the Insurance Department? Any questions? Hearing no further questions, section 44 of the Insurance Department is closed. Next section for our consideration, section 45, the Department of Transportation. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 45, Department of Transportation on page 19 of your SR. They are in charge of air and ground transportation and state agencies and local government and WyoLink. They support 7,633 miles of roadway, 40 airports, which kind of surprised me, 60 transit projects, 500 WYDOT facilities, and a 24/7 trooper response from 18 offices. They also have 89 public safety communication sites. We have 977,801 Wyoming vehicles in the state, and we also have 431,900 drivers that they deal with, every one of those drivers. So they are self-funded except for a few instances, one of which is WyoLink, and they do get a lot of federal funds. They have completed 89 highway projects and a total of $370 million this year. They administered $10.4 million in state funds and $49 million in federal funds for airport at 34 different airports. That's almost every airport in Wyoming. So every airport in Wyoming got some kind of repairs. Their total budget is $1,700,431,158. Of that, federal funds are $932,689,260, and the state is $778,741,898, of which most of that is fees that they charge to our traveling public. Their authorized positions are 2,051. That's down about 10%. They are down about 10%, which means they actually have employees of about 1,846. They were authorized in 2010, 2,201 positions. So they're actually down on their authorized positions by 150. And in most of that, a lot of that is snowplow and highway patrol. So that's causing us a problem in the state. They did 44 10-cent fuel tax projects. And you remember when we did that 10-cent fuel tax, we specified what those projects were going to be. They did 44 of those this year. They're going to do 10 more in 24-25. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks on Section 45, Department of Transportation.
Okay, thank you, Senator Anderson. Questions? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered if we could get a little more explanation on footnote 8, the capital security. So on footnote 8, it says, it just calls out capital security. In footnote 1, that is referred to in the budget bill on page 33, it talks about capital complex security. And so I'm just wondering where all we're providing security for. The reason for the question is, a few years ago when we were doing this, we scrutinized that very heavily because we were providing security for ancillary buildings in what was considered the Capitol complex. So I want to know how far-reaching that is, what buildings it pertains to, how many security guards are being contemplated, and we can go from there on second reading.
Further questions? Department of Transportation. Okay, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to get back to the good senator. All we talked about was capital security, so the complex security, I didn't hear anything about that in the session, so in the last 4 weeks where we sat and listened to the agencies. But I will get back to her as to what we're funding here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, footnote number 17, where JAC reduced by $4.1 million, the local government capital construction account, and just some explanation as to why we're seeing a reduction in that for those local governments.
Okay, footnote 17. Senator Anderson, you want to make a stab at that or come back on second?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to come back on second and get the full story of why we're reducing that. Thank you.
Okay, anything further on the Department of Transportation? Anything further? Hearing no further questions, section 45, the Department of Transportation is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 48, the Department of Health. But before we do that, Senator Hicks.
Chairman, I request that the committee of the whole stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. Hopefully, at your pleasure, that will be in about 10 minutes.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? Stand at ease until the sound of the gavel.
Yeah.
He just decides to stand.
Yeah,
But we can move it.
restroom.
I have been given the 1 minute sign, 1 minute to take off. The Committee of the Whole will come back to order. Just by way of recap, real quickly, Senators, we left off on the Department of Transportation, just opened Section 48, the Department of Health. We're waiting for a couple of our appropriations members. And I expect them to come around the corner any minute now. So are there any questions of anything thus far that we can address to the Appropriations Committee when they get here? Okay, Senator Anderson, we are ready as soon as you're ready on the Department of Health. Senator Kinski, welcome back. Okay, we just opened Section 48, just as a refresher, and whenever you're ready to start, Senator Anderson, take it away.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 48, Department of Health. Section 48 is found on page 20 and 21 in your status report and pages 34 through 38 of the budget bill. Historically, this agency's budget is about 30% of the state's general fund budget. The Department of Health's biannual request in this budget is $2.2 billion, which includes $991 million general funds, $1 billion authorization for federal funds, and $227 million in other funds, such as tobacco trust, agency trust accounts, or special revenue, which comes from grants or federal programs like CHIP or medical assistance programs. It's important to note that the Department of Health is one of the state's largest economic drivers, with approximately 87% of the apportionments going out to businesses around the state that provide healthcare services to the citizens of the state. The remaining 13% covers administration costs for the department, which includes 5 state facilities: the State Hospital in Evanston, the Veterans Home in Buffalo, the Life Resource Center in Lander, the Pioneer Home in Thermopolis, and the Retirement Center in Basin, each contributing significantly to the economies of their respective communities. This year's exception requests fall into 4 categories. Number 1 is stayed cuts. These are requests that seek to restore standard budget funding to those programs whose previous in 2022 cuts have been temporarily funded one time with reversions, CARES Act and ARPA funds. We have been funding these programs with one-time funds for the last couple of years, knowing they would have to be put back in the standard budget in order to maintain the 2020 levels of service. It is also important to note there are $116,570,995 of Step 2 reductions made that have not been restored. There's 89 million general fund, 30 million federal funds, and 500,000 of other funds. Mandatory request. Each year, the department is compelled to request increases in federal and state programs such as ECAs for the DD preschools or fund increased in the Medicare buy-in premiums. Last year, we funded these with one-time dollars and now need to put back in the standard budget. They are ongoing obligations that do not go away. Maintaining funding. Last year, we passed legislation in bills and supplemental budget to adjust funding or start funding such things as the 988 Lifeline or reimbursing long-term care providers their allowable cost. We again funded what we could with the one-time funds and the rest with general funds and other funds. To maintain these programs, we have to replace the one-time funds with ongoing funds in the standard budget. These first three categories make up 85% of the agency's exception requests. Of the 5.3 million additional general fund requests, 1.9 million are for IT system upgrades, where the feds are matching 75% or 90% of the total cost. The remaining 3 million are for such things as upgrading the 988 Lifeline for texting and chat support, and increased costs at the Public Health Laboratory for contract services and maintenance agreement. As far as the director's office goes, the JAC adopted GovsRec on notes 1, 2, and 3 on the summary sheet. Note 1 on the summary sheet is for computer replacement in the director's office, and the JAC added footnote number 1 found on page 35 of the bill, making this appropriation one time. Healthcare financing, Medicaid. Note 4 on the summary sheet refers to footnote number 2 found on page 35 of the bill, which defines what our state social security benefits guidelines are so we can be in compliance with the federal social security guidelines. We do this each year in the budget as required by Wyoming statute. JAC adopted GovsRec in notes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11, and 12, which are all IT system upgrades that fall into the additional requests I referred to earlier. The JAC also added footnote number 3, found on page 35 of the bill, changing the requested funds in note number 7 of the summary sheet from ongoing to one time. Note number 12 increases the contract to the vendor that operates the call center, directing questions from providers to Medicaid staff. The current wait time online is too long, 7 to 10 minutes, and this will ensure the wait time will be less than a minute. We adopted GovsRec on note 13 on the summary sheet, which is adjusting the amount of general funds for CHIP now that CMS has reduced that reimbursement rate from 88% during COVID back to 65%, where it has historically been. Notes 14 and 15 on the summary sheet are a couple of the mandatory requests to pay for the Medicaid and Medicare Part D pharmacy premiums for those who qualify for Medicaid and are eligible for Medicare, bless your heart. These have to be paid and need to be in the standard budget, which is why JAC adopted GovsRec for buy-in premiums on note number 15 and denied GovsRec for note 14, where the recommendation would have been paid with reversions, which would be a one-time only. JAC put it back in the standard budget. Last year, we passed House Bill 4, extending the Medicaid postpartum for eligible pregnant women, and the legislation required the funding to be included in the Wyoming Department of Health budget, but the agency inadvertently left it out. In note 16 of the summary sheet, the coverage is included along with footnote number 4 on page 36 of the budget bill. JAC adopted GovsRec on notes 17, 18, 20, and 21, which are restoring cuts that have been sustained with one-time funds. We adopted GovsRec for note 19 on the summary sheet. You may recall last year we decided to rebase the long-term care providers so they were able to bill for 100% of allowable costs for Medicaid residents. In doing so, we funded part with one-time reversions and the rest with general funds and Fed funds. This action adds to the standard budget that amount we funded with one-time funds. JAC denied GovsRec on note 22 of the summary sheet and granted the agency's request. These services were a step 2 reduction that we have been funding with one-time funds. The public health, JAC adopted all the GovsRecs related to the Public Health Division, which are shown in notes 23 through 29 on the summary sheet. On note 26, the JAC added footnote number 5, found on page 36 of the bill, which addresses those public health nurses who are employees of a county but are funded by the state. These nurses didn't benefit from the compensation package that similar public health nurses did that are state employees. We correct this oversight in this biennium. If passed, HB 74 will treat them similarly going forward. On note 29 of the summary sheet, the committee added footnote number 6, making the use of tobacco trust funds effective immediately. This will allow the department to use any leftover tobacco trust funds from this year. If we don't take this action, the funds would revert to the tobacco trust corpus and would not be available for appropriation. In behavioral health, this division had 15 notes on the summary sheet, 30 through 44, and JAC adopted all of the GovsRecs except for notes 42 and 43. When the governor starts developing his budget in August, he puts in a number as a placeholder for the DD preschool enrollment. Then when the correct enrollment number is determined on December 1st, we make a correction during the budget hearings. The enrollment numbers went down this year, so note 42 notes that JAC denied the governor's rec. Note 43, JAC reduces the governor's one-time general fund ECA to the DD preschool from $12 million to zero, then added $12 million for an ECA from the school foundation program, and added footnote number 12, found on page 37 of the bill, where the ECA is intended to be ongoing and will be adjusted dollar for dollar if Senate File 19 passes with an appropriation. Notes 30 and 35 focus on the 988 hotline, each with a footnote that is related. You will recall in our supplemental budget last year, the agency had enough ARPA funds to fund the hotline through our current fiscal year and the first year of this biennium. In footnote number 7, found on page 36, a position is moved from public health to this division as a 988 program manager. The funds for her position won't be in effect until 2025, and footnote number 10 on page 37 of the bill has the $958,000 for funding the 988 operations, also being effective in 2025, because the first year we'll still be using the ARPA funds. Notes 32, 33, and 44 each have footnotes, which are footnotes 8 and 9 found on page 37 of the bill, and footnote 13 found on page 38 of the bill, each changing the funding from ongoing to one-time. I'd bring your attention to notes 36, 38, 40, and 41, which are good examples of programs that were step 3 reductions for mental health services that we have been funding with one-time funds and are now putting back into the standard budget. Aging, the JAC adopted GovRec for note 45 of the summary sheet. In note 46 of the summary sheet, JAC added $200,000 general funds for grants to senior centers and added footnote number 14 found on page 38 of this bill. And that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kinsky. Senator Cole.
Privilege of the floor, Mr. Chairman.
You may have it, sir.
I have it. I'd like to welcome Devin Brubaker. He is the Airport Director for Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport, our commercial carrier in Southwest Wyoming. He's done a great job, and would everybody give him a big hand for coming to the Wyoming State Senate?
All right. Welcome back to the Senate, Mr. Brubaker. Good to have you here. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I've got several questions on this budget. First, in the nursing home area, Mr. Chairman, in our community, I've seen considerable evidence that our nursing homes are unable to pay a competitive wage for their basic employees who are certified nursing assistants, CNAs, and are having to make unreasonable demands on their existing staff in terms of hours worked simply because they don't have enough people. And frankly, I've heard, Mr. Chairman, I don't know outside our own community, but I've heard that a number of the nursing homes, they have more demand, they have more theoretical beds available, but that it can't staff them because they can't pay competitive wages. And, Mr. Chairman, I heard some of the technical discussion and description, and I can't follow it through as to is the net effect of what we're doing in the Medicaid reimbursement area, and it's very important, nursing homes, little under 2/3 of the revenue they get is determined by how well we pay on nursing homes in the Medicaid program. Is the net effect of all that such that these people are going to be able to pay a competitive wage, or are we getting in real trouble there? Because I'm concerned that real trouble might be a very nasty and expensive crisis if we start losing nursing homes, or because this is a mandatory Medicaid program, if we're forced to pay for some out-of-state nursing home for people who can't find a space in Wyoming. So, Mr. Chairman, that's my first question. I'll rise again for second questions.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, a very good question. The Medicaid reimbursement will help, there's no doubt about that, but we have to put some more money aside for health care for seniors. And I'll look that up and find out where we're doing that. This is a statewide problem. Nobody is privy to not having this problem. Whether you're in the Basin or Buffalo or Sheridan or where, our Veterans Skilled Nursing Facility only has one building out of 3 opened up because they can't find enough help. So everybody has the same problem, not enough help, and the reason is because we're not paying enough. And so we've got to address that and get that taken care of, or the seniors are not going to be having the health care that they should deserve. So I'll get back with Senator Scott on that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott, did you have a follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, not a follow-up, but a question in a different area.
Please continue.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, on the child development centers that take care of developmental disabilities for preschool children, those are very important. And Chair of your Education Committee, Mr. Chairman, I get quite concerned that if we don't fund the child development centers adequately, we're going to fund the K-12 system on the mandatory, where we're funding them at their full cost. We're going to fund them much larger. It's going to be an expensive mistake. The child development centers can handle the problems that would otherwise translate into special education in the school system much cheaper, both because it is, for many of the problems, for human developmental reasons, it's cheaper to fix them while they're still preschool kids and still in that stage of development, and because they are, frankly, run a little more economically. 2 questions. One, it looks to me like in the current funding, and we heard considerable testimony in Joint Education Committee, that they were in trouble. They weren't able to compete with the school systems for the key professional people. They need speech therapists in particular, but occupational therapists, physical therapists, that sort of thing. They simply weren't able to offer a competitive salary. And we needed a significant increase there. So that's one question. Is the net effect in this budget to grant about half the request that was recommended by the governor. Am I right in understanding that that's what's going on? Because I think that would go a significant way to solve the problem. Second question is, I heard a description that some of this was going to come out of the school foundation program. If that's true, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have some more things to say about that. So my question is, are we taking some of that funding out of the school foundation program? And if so, how much and why?
So Senator Anderson, maybe we take those two related to the child development centers first. Let's go to Senator Kinski.
So I direct the tall senator's attention to, I found it here, page 21, footnote 43. The number is 12 million, half. And yes, the money was swapped from general fund to school foundation program. And you said if that's the case, you'd have more to say about that, so I'll sit down.
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I hope we will take a very careful look. The money part, we can debate that up and down, and what the committee's done strikes me as at least in the reasonable range here. The swapping it to school foundation program, the school foundation program has most of its funding sources, not all of them, and from amounts that are restricted constitutionally and I think by the act of admission to the public schools. These are not the public schools, and they're not in the age range of the school children. And yes, it helps us with the public school budget, but I really have reservations if we aren't open to fundamental constitutional challenge if we swap those funds. And I'm concerned that that could really upset things. I think you probably have to take them to general fund source. School foundation program includes a bunch of those restricted funds. It's all commingled. You might be able to intercept some of the money going into it. But I think the simpler solution, just take it out of general funds or some source that goes to the general fund. Mr. Chairman, I think we're getting ourselves in legal trouble with that particular swap. And maybe there's something in here I'm missing, but I'm concerned about that suddenly.
Okay, Senator, thanks for your caution. Did you get an answer to your question as to whether we get competitive salaries in the CDC? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, no, we did not. I have two questions from Senator Scott. I'll get back to him on second reading. Nursing home competitive wages and the CDC and DD, how will we fund them to handle the problems? We need competitive salaries for professionals, and what are we doing about that? So I'll get back to him on second.
Okay, anything further? Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And on the last point about the good senator from Bates Creek, I am curious what the discussion was regarding the swap of funds from general fund or other funds to school foundation for CDC, and is it for students potentially in the kindergarten range, or is it outside of the K range? And even then, it's not necessarily public schools, so I don't think it's applicable either. I share the concern of the good tall senator, but I was wondering what the conversation behind that was so we could understand better why that swap was made. I think we may have some constitutional concerns there also and might want to amend that.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Anything further on the Department of Health? Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we could, and I don't expect an answer now, but I know there was a number of revisions that came back to the Department of Health, and I don't see where they're profiled for expenditures within the budget. So if we could just get an idea of how many dollars in revisions they have and where that money is directed to go, it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Any other questions on the Department of Health? Hearing nothing. Section 48, the Department of Health is closed. The next session for our consideration is Section 49, the Department of Family Services. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the Department of Family Services, right off the top, you'll find of interest footnote 1 and footnote 2. As you know, these are, they're, I don't want to say penitentiary, but they're penal institutions, but they do a lot of education. And the education portion of their budget, JAC opted to swap general fund for school foundation funding. The net effect on the budget of the boys' school and girls' school is 0, but it shifted from general fund to the school foundation program. And this one doesn't suffer from the concerns that they may not be of school age, because these kids clearly are. Footnote 3, JAC adopted Gov's rec of $337,000 for 3 full-time equivalent positions for overnight staffing at the Wyoming Boys School. There was some alarm raised about safety there and being able to adequately staff those cottages. The next one of interest is footnote 9. Added footnote 9, this is a continuing footnote from other budgets. No funds shall be expended to support residential bed capacity in excess of the number of beds available on January 1, 2022. And I've had colleagues ask me why that is, and I can't quite explain it, except that they didn't want more residential bed capacity. Evidently, they thought that we were full up. Why it's done in a footnote here, I can't, I've never really been clear on that one myself. Okay, number 12, adopted the Gov's rec of $696,000 general fund for the Emergency Solutions Grant. This is a grant that goes to local community-based efforts to deal with homelessness. Circle that one. The next one is 15, adopted Gov's rec of $2.8 million for a rate increase for crisis stabilization services. 15, adopted Gov's rec of $2 million for community juvenile services boards. 16, adopted Gov's rec of $2.8 million federal funds to match a federal infant early childhood home visitation grant to reduce the number of B11s. So they're just authorizing them to accept more federal funds because the program has grown beyond what is the number that is in the program or in our budget. And so they just have to keep doing B11s. Said, let's just get it to a realistic number. Same thing with 17. Again, that's just to get the budget number right. 18 added $100,000 general fund and footnote 4 for juvenile justice data reporting. This is when we refunded the juvenile justice boards. Part of the rationale was that we had lost access to data on recidivism and so forth, and this is to get that data going again. Number 20, adopted Gov's rec of $1.1 million for real-time employment and income verification for SNAP eligibility. So SNAP is what we used to call food stamps. And this is a program to not just verify, I don't know, monthly or quarterly or annually. This is to do it real time so we know whether they remain eligible or not. 21 is we adopted the Gov's rec of $240,000, $81,000 general fund and $158 federal funds for increased filing fees. So what this is we have a unit that chases people who do not pay their child support. And it collects, if they pick up a job somewhere, they get sight of that, and then they levy their paychecks and enforce the support order and force people that have sired children to pay for those instead of the taxpayer raising them. And this is, we have increased filing fees from a prior session of the legislature. And of course, when these folks file actions, they have to pay those fees. So this increases their budget so they can pay the filing fees, which then goes to the court system, so it's in one pocket and out the other. Let's see, 23, adopted the Gov's rec of 1.3 million for the Early Childhood Integrated Data System and added a footnote directing a cooperative integration of that into the SLEDS system within the community college system by June 30th, 2026. So this is a data system that tracks outcomes of efforts, interventions. Are we making a difference or are we not in these children's lives? And then 24, adopted Gov's rec of 6.8 million federal funds for a federal child care development block grant to reduce the number of B11s. So again, this child care and development block grant is a program of long standing. The amount that they're authorized to accept in federal funds is below what the program has grown to. They have to B11 it. This just says we're going to increase the authorization so that they don't have to keep filing B11s. With that, I will stand for questions.
Department of Family Services, any questions? Any questions on the Department of Family Services? Section 49, the Department of Family Services is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 51, the Livestock Board. Senator Kinski, we go from people to livestock.
Folks, this is on page 23 of your SR and page 51 of your budget. Of interest is number 3, $298,000 for a standalone animal health operating system. This is just software, has to be upgraded. 5, increased Gov's rec of $362,000 to an even $500,000 to bring a law enforcement account to full funding. So this is an account, going back a couple sessions, they had livestock detectives in this board. Those positions were eliminated. There's still the need to find those rustlers. And this is a fund where if a local sheriff's office wants to engage in helping out with cattle rustling or sheep wrestling, this fund helps pay their time for that. And then 6, adopted Gov's rec of $240,000 to increase compensation provided to veterinarians who provide brucellosis testing. And like any professional, it's just harder and harder and scarcer, so we got to pay a little bit more to get these professional veterinarians. With that, I will stand for questions.
Section 51, the Livestock Board. Any questions? Any questions on 51? Section 51, the Livestock Board is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 53, the Department of Workforce Services. Right back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a net additional 14 positions are the notes I have here. There was some reorganization, but there was also some hiring. So general fund portion of the budget, and you'll see that the budget is big. A lot of it is federal funds and so forth, but general fund portion in 22-23 was 16 million. And by the time we get done here, I have 35 million. 14 net additional positions. So item 1 added a position that was some of this is also reorg, so I'm having a hard time finding which ones are a net new position. That was transferred. Okay, number 6, 3 full-time equivalent positions for the Wyoming Development Training Fund. 7, 1 full-time position for the Y Relocate Program. The rest, that's a little unremarkable. 10, full-time position for Senior Community Service Employment Program. 11 is conversion from a AWEC, a part-time position, to full. 12 was, okay. 13 is creation of 1 full-time position for Employment and Training Unit. Oh, no, that's a transfer. I apologize, I'm having a hard time finding the actual new increases in position. 16, 4 full-time equivalent positions for vocational rehabilitation programs. 17, increase one full-time equivalent position, converted from AWEC to full-time. 18, FTE position for a sign language interpreter. 19, full-time position transferred from employment and training unit. Another transfer. I'm having a hard time finding the net, that's because it's continued on the next page. 23, full-time position for an employment insurance fiscal division, hardware, software. Transfers, I'll have to get back to you tomorrow as to exactly where the new positions are, because they've got so much transfers going on in here. In other departments, I've been able to say no net new, it's just a reorg, but there's some net new positions here, Mr. Chairman. I'll have to get back to you on that one. That's Department 053. I'll make a note that I'll get back to you on where the new positions are for sure.
Okay, we're on section 53, the Department of Workforce Services. Any other questions that the senator can chase for us? Senator Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a lot of questions on this. It looks like we're just growing and growing like a cancer in a lot of these agencies, and this one in particular with these new positions. And is there any logic or just, reasons to give why we just keep adding more employees with a population that's been pretty stagnant for a while? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions before we go back to the good senator? Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I can bring to the table tomorrow morning the rationale offered by the department for each of those positions. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Section 53, the Department of Workforce Services is closed. The next section for our consideration is section 55, the Oil and Gas Commission. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 55, Oil and Gas Commission, which controls the oil and gas operations in Wyoming with an incredible board. And they have 40 employees and they have a budget of $18,363,325. I direct your attention to footnote number 1. The JAC added that footnote directing the Oil and Gas Commission to review the state processes related to major maintenance and develop a plan for addressing major maintenance for Oil and Gas Commission-owned facilities. That doesn't sound like too much, but it's a pretty big project to check every one of those facilities and have that done. They haven't ever done that, so we're asking them to do that. They have a $25 million grant from the Interior Department that they got, and I guess that'll be feeding into their department in the future. We haven't seen it yet, I guess. Since 2014, they've plugged 6,000 wells, and they've been doing this for decades, plugging wells. There's 650 wells remaining to be plugged, and they're doing about 250 to 500 per year. Some of those are the coal bed methane wells, some of them are regular wells. All of them have money that they've paid up front as a bond for taking care of plugging those. And this group is getting very good at plugging those wells at a reasonable price. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes Oil and Gas Commission.
Any questions on the Oil and Gas Commission? Any questions? Hearing no further questions, section 55, the Oil and Gas Commission is closed. The next section for our consideration, section 57, the Community College Commission. Senator Salazar, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 57, which is the Community College Commission, which in the SR is on page 26 and in the budget book 44. The JAC authorized the Wyoming Community College Commission to use up to $912,000 in revisions for information technology related requests as specified in section 303. The JAC also added footnote 1 directing a cooperative integration of the ECIDS into the statewide longitudinal education data system within the Wyoming Community College Commission that must be used by June 30th of 2026. The JAC increased the governor's rec of $4 million to $12 million for a grand total of $16 million from the general fund, and added footnotes 2 specifying the funds will be distributed to qualifying community colleges as provided in the statute. And you can find that budget request on page 46. This, ladies and gentlemen, was inflation adjustment numbers. The JAC added $200,000 from the general fund in footnote 3 for the rodeo teams at Wyoming community colleges. The JAC also increased the governor's rec of $204,000 from the general fund and doubled it to $408,000 for the Wyoming investment in nursing, additional student loans, and added footnote 4. This was because we are still facing a shortage of qualified nurses in the state of Wyoming. The JAC increased the governor's rec of $219,000 and doubled it to $439,000 from the general fund, again for the Wyoming investment in nursing with additional faculty, and added footnote 5, specifically specifying that these funds were only available after all permissible federal funds had been exhausted. You can find that budget request on page 69. And an additional $219,000 ARP was included in the separate 2024 ARP Direct Bill, Senate File 118, for the same purpose. With that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude the explanation of Section 57.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Any questions on the Wyoming Community College Commission? Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line 18, the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Kickstart. I don't remember that program in the past, and just wondering what exactly is it? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Senator Kinski?
I got to look for my colleagues, so I'm standing up. There is a trust fund established, a Wyoming's Tomorrow Trust Fund. And the provision of that says until it reaches, I can't remember, 50 million or 100 million, 25 million, no income can be spun off of it. So this is an effort to go ahead and get some of these scholarships funded ahead of the Wyoming's Tomorrow Trust Fund being fully funded.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, in further answer to that, the Wyoming's Tomorrow Trust Fund, it's one of these constitutionally protected trust funds for the benefit of the higher education. It is designed to give people that need continuing education to participate in occupations. The example I know of is somebody getting trained to drive long distance trucks. Some of them are much more technical than that. A number of the nursing programs potentially fall under this. The trigger is that we don't start using the endowment income until the corpus gets to 50 million, because the thought was that we want enough of full-blown program so it pays to set up the administrative apparatus. And you need to get that far. We're gradually getting there. But in the meantime, there's been this appropriation to kickstart it, because it is very valuable, both in training the kind of workforce that we need in quite a number of areas, and in giving students and older adults that need the extra education to enter into one of these occupations that don't require a college degree, but need the extra training. We needed to have a program, and that's what this one does, Mr. Chairman.
Anything further on the Community College Commission? Any further questions? Hearing none, Section 57, the Community College Commission, is closed. The next section for our consideration is Section 60, State Lands and Investments. Back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. State Lands and Investments is page 27 of your SR form. I'm gonna get my budget book caught up here. And page 46 of your budget book. Of interest here, you've got some reclassifications of some positions, not a whole lot of money, but these are positions that received an upgrade in their classification. The real interest is, I think, when you get down to 6, 1 FTE for commercial leasing, 7, 1 FTE for grazing and agricultural leasing, 8, one time for state land preservation and enhancements, they're $340,000. And then 9 and 10 are the creation of a half FTE that's split between the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Clean Water Drinking State Water Fund. Net 4 new FTEs. The rest of it I didn't find, on that page, I didn't find particularly remarkable. I think I'm continued on the next page, 27, 28. Okay, 17, the governor asked for $24 million general fund for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund loan programs. What JAC did is got rid of $24 million out of the general fund and took $24 million out of one of his Section 318 program previously authorized. I think it was for large projects of some kind, but they took it from that fund rather than authorize new money. And then 18, authorized the agency to add up to one at-will employee AWEC position when federal funds are received to reimburse the state for 100% of the position. I believe this might be a way that they're using for ARPA money. I can double check that to be certain. And then 20 is the addition of a full-time senior grants and contract administration specialist. 21, adding an increase in seasonal firefighter pay, we've all read about that one. 24, the governor asked for $51 million for the MRG, the Mineral Royalty Grant Program, and there's not $51 million worth of income expected, so JAC cut it back to $27 million, which matches the amount of income received. So the Mineral Royalty Grant Program historically has been where a board, a local district or a city or a town will apply for infrastructure assistance. There was a time when it was emergency, but I'm not sure that it is anymore. And this gave the SLIB an opportunity to put some of those out that didn't fit into any other bucket. 25, adopted the GovsRec of 4.3 SR for the fire protection revolving account. So again, just to reduce the number of B11s, let's just get the budget right so we don't have to keep B11 money in there. And then 26, $10 million federal funds for the Good Neighbor Authority, again, to reduce the number of B11s. And I've had one of my colleagues explain what the Good Neighbor Authority is to me several times, and I keep forgetting it, but I've got somebody here that can help us understand what that is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Section 60, the State Lands and Investments, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the $27 million for the MRGs, from 51 to 27, is that projection of the revenue at 27 a one-year projection or a biennial projection? So basically is this going to get looked at in the next budget to potentially fill that back up more, or is that anticipated to be the 2 years? And obviously those MRGs are estimates, at least I believe they're estimates. I don't think we have certainty on what those numbers are going to be. So if there is an excess to that 27.3 million, would that excess then come to the MRG program, or would that go elsewhere? And if so, where would it go?
Any further questions on the state lands and investments before we go back to the senator? Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, it is a biennial number, and I don't believe that there's an automatic flow-through of any excess mineral royalty grant income to this program. It'd be nice to have an excess of mineral royalty grant revenue, but where that revenue resides, I don't know. I can find out, but it doesn't flow automatically to this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anything further on section 60? Hearing nothing further, section 60, the State Lands and Investments section is closed. We are on to section 63, the Governor's Residence. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring to you section 63, Governor's Residence. This is the Governor's House. Got a budget of about $699,824, and she's got 2 employees. This is run by the First Lady of Wyoming, Jenny Gordon, and she does everything she can to show the hospitality the state of Wyoming should show. One of the issues was that we didn't have enough money in the budget for her to make some proper meals. So one of the JAC members decided to do footnote number 2. Footnote number 2 added $30,000 to the general fund, or from the general fund, and footnote number 1 for special events, food, supplies, and operations of the residence, which we think that takes care of her shortfall to be able to provide proper meals for whoever they're entertaining, which they entertain people from all over the world. So that's a big deal for the state to have the proper amount of money for the proper food. So that's everything that's in that budget. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Having paid for dinner last night out at the restaurant, I wonder if that is enough, but anything, fellow senators, anything on the Governor's Residence? Anything? Okay, section 63, the Governor's Residence section is closed. The next section for consideration, 66, the Wyoming Tourism Board. Let's go to Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Wyoming Tourism Board is found on page 28 of SR and page 48 of your budget. This is, you recall, a session, perhaps 2 ago, the Tourism Board was taken off of the general fund budget at the time that the bed tax was raised. There was a state bed tax and then local bed taxes. Price of sleeping went up. But they were off the general fund, and the collections have been remarkable. And so they came in with really an impressive presentation in terms of what they were going to do in terms of enhanced marketing efforts and metrics in terms of how they proposed to track whether that made a difference or not. There was a sort of a policy philosophical discussion. There was a member of the committee that was saying, well, that this collected so much more than you ever thought you'd need. Maybe some of that should be siphoned off to the general fund. There was not the will of the Joint Appropriations Committee to contemplate that, and we approved the $39 million out of their revenue that they asked for. Then the JAC went one better, added another $2.7 million, and you'll see that in footnotes 4 and 5. A member of JAC has determined that Wyoming shall have a float in the 2025 and 2026 Rose Parade, $700,000 out of the travel and tourism promotion budget, and a $2 million footnote to provide grants for planning and celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Stand for questions.
Section 66, the Wyoming Tourism Board. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard a wonderful presentation from the Travel Committee with that request concerning the appointment that all 50 states are doing regarding this country, America's 250th celebration. And rather than appropriating, I think the request was maybe $5 million, we cut that down And I think the request also was from either the LSRA or the general fund, and we chose to take those money from the Department of Tourism. And so that was a request by another committee of ours, and of course, a state committee that is joining with all other 50 states. And it's something that this country and Wyoming has always participated in when it comes to these historical celebrations representing this nation's founding. And it's intended to put funding back into the state with historical reminders of our country's origins and the celebrations of those. So it's not just fireworks or picnics, it is the investment in parks and historical events throughout Wyoming for these purposes. And I know that members of the Travel Committee can help explain this request to you more. But that's why your JAC responded that way, and that's why the funding is coming out of this agency.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would hope we might move in the future towards thinking out of the box a little bit with this money. Mr. Chairman, the tourism economy holds a lot of promise for Wyoming. It's amazing. I'm proud to be part of that economy. My son runs our business, which is part of that economy. But Mr. Chairman, there's a dark side to this economy. This economy has the greatest number of folks that are working below the minimum wage, or if near minimum wage, at minimum wage, maybe a little bit higher. This is the largest single group of workers in Wyoming that are working very hard to keep this tourism engine alive, but they do not have health care, Mr. Chairman. And they suffer and scramble, and we see our communities become increasingly divided, especially the tourism and recreation-driven communities, which no longer encompass our fine and wonderful areas of Teton and Yellowstone and Jackson Hole and Cody. It's now increasingly Saratoga and Sheridan and Encampment and Lander and Star Valley, and it goes. And our communities are becoming increasingly stratified. And I think the people that own the businesses and the tax revenues for the promotion boards, we use these taxes to feed the engine. We do mostly promotion. More and more people. Now, more and more people's good too, except for it has a downside on our resources. It impacts our communities in the summer in a lot of ways that aren't always positive. It's hard on our natural resources. These funds, I would like to have us think in the future about, instead of using them exclusively for promotion, but to use them to nurture the very resources that the people come here to see, and also to nurture those hardworking people that work in these industries, sir, and that don't have health insurance. And it's impossible. You have hotels that compete with B&Bs, and B&Bs don't have any of these costs. Hotels have large slates of people that work for them. It's a tough business, Mr. Chairman. The ability to provide benefits to your employees is very difficult, and it makes the cost of a hotel room very prohibitive, and you lose them to the unregulated markets. Mr. Chairman, we recently started a free clinic in Lander to kind of deal with employee issues, and I'm happy to be a contributor to that free clinic. My business contributes to that free clinic. Last year, that free clinic just had its anniversary. It served 140-some people, many of which work in my industry or in restaurants or the liquor establishments or other low-paid service jobs. They work very hard. And do you know that about that 144 people that free clinic treated, 78% were fully employed, Mr. Chairman? We've got to do something about this. If we keep using this money to feed the engine, we need to nurture Wyoming and our people that are working very hard.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a point, I think the good senator from Fremont County makes an excellent point about the importance of our number 2 industry in the state of Wyoming, the importance of this agency. A lot of discussion about where that money could possibly go. That's been generated from what's called the lodging tax. I think really important to know that all 23 counties have voted independently. Their citizens have voted to place that lodging tax that we gave them the option to do. They've all passed that in order to create the revenue that you see now. Interestingly enough, there was no motion presented, or I don't think intentional discussion by the JAC, presented by any member, concerning a diversion of those monies in any way. So curious to hear that criticism potentially now, but I think important for consideration that that wasn't part of this budget bill's discussion and no motion was presented at that time. So certainly when we look at the agency's budget, those are the appropriations that you see out of there and the why, and I see the chairman of the travel committee maybe like to make some comments about their request for the funding for the 250th.
We're on the tourism board. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a couple of little tidbits of information on the 250th. The governor, most of you probably already know, he appointed a task force to see what we can do to celebrate Wyoming's past and future. If you look back and think back about our bicentennial celebration, some of the other celebrations that we've had in past years, we did some very, very, very cool things. I'm old enough to remember some of them, unfortunately, but this task force, I think, it encompasses quite a wide variety of people throughout the state of Wyoming. We're a little bit behind the 8 ball already. Most of the states they're up and running, and we're a little bit behind, but we're trying to get up to speed. We just barely got our theme, and I think we're going to be able to run with that. But we meet once a month, and there was no money allotted, and so people are just doing this voluntarily. But we have folks from the humanities, from the University of Wyoming, from Buffalo Bill, their senator up there. We have someone from the Supreme Court, one of the justices is serving with us. I mean, they're from all over the state. And the idea is to try to get all 23 counties, having something that's going to be kind of cool just for, in their county to celebrate this 250th celebration, but also culminating in some type of an awesome celebration here at the Capitol on the 7th of July, 2026. Maybe it's the 4th of July, yes, I said the 7th, but anyway, we're up and running, we're just barely getting going, but there was no money set aside for that, and I think we needed to have some money just at least to potentially get some grants. Actually, we already have one small one that's been received just recently, and so I hope all of you will get us excited to see what we can do to get not only our counties, but to get our school kids. The superintendent of instruction is also on this task force. We want to try and involve them and to not only just understand where we are now, but where we've been and where we're going. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this is a fairly new lodging tax that we have placed on our citizens, I would just like to know how much the corpus is, what we've got in that account, what it's bringing in. I know it probably fluctuates yearly, and I'm just wondering, as we're looking at reducing property taxes and we have a lot of burdens on our citizens now, just are we overtaxing? Are we getting more than we actually need to run this agency? So if we could answer that question, I'd appreciate it.
Is there anything further on the tourism board? Let's go to Senator Driscoll.
Thank you. I'd like to address that just a little and be just a tad bit more accurate about it. This is a tax, but it really isn't a tax on our citizens. We do pay some. You go to state ball, you pay it, but I can't give you the numbers and we can find them, but I'm guessing this tax is paid in the high 80s to low 90s by out-of-state visitors. And the money is used to generate more. And the fact of the matter is, on tourism, every dollar we spend brings us back multiples of dollars. And as we've watched that budget change, and we have, and I look at it because I'm one of the ones that collects it. I don't consider it my tax or my money. but I help collect it, and the state helps us spend it. And I can tell you where I live at. I live in a rural area, as you all know, by a national park, and if you go back 30 years ago, the total employment off of that national monument generated type area probably was in the vicinity of maybe 35 or 40 seasonal help. I'm here to tell you now that employment's probably in the vicinity of 300 to 500 and has a couple dozen year-round jobs. And that has come directly, not because of anything I've done or anything that's happened. It's come directly because of advertising from the state of Wyoming that brought people in. And that is money that's generated in sales tax revenue that is not paid by property owners, taxpayers, or others. We pay well into six-figure sales tax to the state of Wyoming in addition to what the lodging tax is, because we still pay the base level. And so from my end, I don't want to ad nauseum do the budget, but it's a thin spot for me that we tend to look in this body often in these deals. The few areas we have that generate revenue, instead of looking at how do we use them to generate more revenue, we say, how can we burden them or take things away from them, which in long term means less revenue. So sorry to start on the budget floor talks, but it's really, really hard for me when you look at a budget to start looking that direction, that let's start plucking the golden goose right off the bat.
It's a good start on a good debate and good information on the Department of Tourism. Any other questions for the Appropriations Committee today on Section 66 of the Wyoming Tourism Board? Hearing none, I will close Section 66, the Wyoming Tourism Board. The next section for our consideration, Section 67, the University of Wyoming. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Section 67, University of Wyoming, which is in page 29 of SR and page 49, budget. Excuse me. So the JAC denied the governor's rec and added $3 million from the general fund for graduate assistant stipends and added footnote 1, which you can find on the request page 37. The JAC reduced the governor's rec of $5 million, of which 2.5 from the general fund, one-time money by 2.5 million to build an artificial intelligence program at the university, and added footnote 2 providing matching requirements, and you can find that budget request on page 40. The JAC denied the governor's rec and added $1 million for library collection increases and added footnote 3, and that budget request you can find on page 39. The JAC added footnote 4 to specify that $10 million of this appropriation shall only be used in the event the university receives donations from athletic booster organizations or individuals for purposes of athletic facilities at the UW. The JAC added $200,000 from the general fund and footnote 5 for the university rodeo team. The JAC increased the governor's rec of $558,000 and doubling it to 1.170 for the WWAMI tuition and fee increase adjustment. As you know, these are the medical students who commit to practice in Wyoming once they graduate with this assistance. The JAC increased the government's rec of $7 million by $10 million to $17 million for matching funds for a coal solvent extraction demonstration project and added footnote 6. For explanation on that, I will simply say that the coal solvent extraction demonstration in Campbell County and demonstration of a coal-derived asphalt road is what is this is being used for. The JAC adopted the governor's rec of $2 million, one time for the School of Energy Resources matching, and added footnote 7, which you can find on the budget request page 75. The JAC denied the governor's rec and added $2 million to the general fund for nuclear energy capacity building and added footnote 8. You can find that on budget request page 75. The JAC added $750,000 from the general fund, footnote 9, to administer, develop, and implement an incentive innovator competition related to lithium extraction. The JAC also increased the governor's rec of $5 million from the general fund by $7 million to $12 million for the University Endowment Challenge program and added footnote 10. That budget request you can find on page 86. And finally, I want to bring to your attention the JAC increased the governor's rec of $12 million to $25 million for the Wyoming Gas Injection Initiative Phase 2 matching funds and added footnote 11, which you can find on the budget request, page 88. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I close section 67.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. We are on the University of Wyoming budget. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I was a little confused when we were talking about trying to get some artificial intelligence over at the university. This is a wealthy state. It seems like we ought to be able to afford the real stuff.
Oh, boy. So on that note, anything further that can be added to that right there on the University of Wyoming? Anything? Okay, hearing no further questions, I'm going to close section. One more, excuse me, I'm sorry, Senator Hutchings?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's budget, the note 12. Is the word demonstration an actual demonstration, or is this some kind of name for this project? Can you explain that to me? Why it's so much to demonstrate this?
Does anyone want to tackle that one? Senator Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes, that demonstration plant is not a commercial plant. It's a plant that will build enough to build 1 mile of road to prove that we can use coal extraction to make asphalt. So it is not a commercial plant, it's a demonstration plant.
Okay, thank you, Senator Anderson. Anything further on the University of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Anderson.
The School of Energy Resources is under 67. I don't know if you want to do it separately. We can, or whatever you want to do on that. It's in that same block.
You know, let's fold it right in, Senator, because I don't think the Energy Resources has its own section, so let's carry on if there's nothing else for the University of Wyoming. Senator Ellis, let's go to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just I think I need a memory refresher on why there's a carve-out for the rodeo team. We don't have carve-outs for the other teams, the athletic teams, and I feel like I've maybe heard that explanation before, but I just can't reach into the recesses of my mind, so a refresher would be great.
I think your desk mate maybe has an answer to that. Senator Driscoll.
I can give you the history very well, as there was a old person from the other side, and I'm gonna use personal name here, I might get smacked, but it was Sue Wallace. Sue spent her entire career doing all kinds of stuff, and she actually wasn't a huge supporter of UW's, but she loved rodeo, and she tried many times to try to support the rodeo team and started one of the top programs in the nation to support rodeo athletes, the only one that was there at the time. And after she failed many times, she passed away shortly after. And the next year it came up, and it has become what's a Flag Star program nationwide. There's multiple universities that use it now. So it's we pour millions into football and millions into wrestling and lots into volleyball, and we pour some crumbs into rodeo, and it keeps some Wyoming kids rodeoing in Wyoming. And also, back to that deal we just talked about, it provides some national exposure for Wyoming as a state, the cowboy state.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that, it seems like it's had, some lack of support to get this program up and running, but it's been running for a while now. I know that particular representative has been deceased for a number of years, so I'm just wondering why this hasn't been folded into the larger university budget so that we're not every year asked to support a separate rodeo team, and why that's just not better incorporated into their system.
It's a good question. Maybe the Appropriations Committee can write that one down and come back with any thoughts on second reading. Anything else on the general University of Wyoming budget before we go to the School of Energy Resources? Okay, Senator Anderson or Senator Salazar? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 67.1, School of Energy Resources, which is folded into the University of Wyoming. School of Energy Resources has a board of industry people from coal mining to oil companies. There's 9 people on the board, 1 person from the Senate, 1 person from the House. Yours truly is on that board. That board is called the Energy Resource Council, and we manage the School of Energy Resources, which is scientists and engineers at the University of Wyoming. What we need to talk about for the School of Energy Resources is line number 12, footnote number 12, which has already been referenced in that being a solvent extraction demonstration project. What we have charged the School of Energy Resources with is to make the products available to the United States for something besides thermal coal. So they've been working hard to make coal bricks that you see on your desks. They've been trying to make products that we can turn coal into something besides that. This asphalt project could, in the future, in a commercialized setup, use 10 million tons of coal a year, which is huge. And we already have commitments from various organizations that will commercialize that if we can prove we can build asphalt out of coal. Now, we've done that, and we have a sample of it, which is very, very small, but we've made asphalt out of coal. What we need is enough of that asphalt to pave 1 mile of road. The Department of Transportation has a test strip that they want to put in, and if we meet their specs, they will be a huge purchaser. The asphalt used to be kind of a byproduct for making your mix for the highways. It would sell anywhere from $300 to $500 a ton. It's now $1,600 a ton and going up, and it's because it's made from oil. So worldwide, there's an incredible market. We could export this asphalt product to other countries. But if we just captured the United States, we'd use 10 million tons of coal. So that's why that budget has another $10 million put into it, and the total there, I think, is 17 million. We had a little scrap up with the feds. The feds were gonna put up 10 million, and then when they heard it was for coal, they backed off. So we wanna put that 10 million in. There's already 7 million in it. The coal companies will put up another 2 million. Another coal company's gonna put up more money, and we'll build this demonstration plant, prove that this asphalt product is good, and we'll then take that, somebody will commercialize it. The University of Wyoming won't, SER won't. It'll be a private enterprise that commercializes that. So that's the most exciting thing we've had for some time, besides sequestering CO2 for everybody in the United States. Footnote number 13, let's see, what did that say? Matching requirements for $2 million, I think that says. 14 is the governor's rec for 2 million one-time nuclear energy capacity building, which that isn't a building, that's capacity within the staff of the University of Wyoming. We do not have a nuclear program stood up, so that'll be used for standing up a nuclear program. Our nuclear and uranium people in the state are saying we need some graduate engineers in nuclear, and we just don't have them. We have engineers, but we don't have nuclear engineers. We've got to stand that up and get that done. 15 is $750,000 to implement incentive in innovator competition related to lithium extraction. This is a great opportunity for us also. X Prize has put up $10 million for the best idea for lithium and lithium extraction and production. That's a huge X Prize for us, and SER has been chosen to govern that. And I think they put $500,000 aside to contract with X Prize for that $10 million prize. We think we can get that prize, and somebody, maybe even somebody in the state could win that prize on lithium extraction. So that's a huge thing for the SER also. So that concludes my comments.
Okay, senators, anything on the School of Energy Resources? Okay, hearing no further questions, I'm going to close section 67 and 67.1, the University of Wyoming and the School of Energy Resources. The next section for our consideration, section 69, WICHE, and I'll call on Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 69 Wiki, which can be found on page 30 of your SR or page 56. The budget, a very simple one line. Item note, the JAC adopted the governor's record $715,000 for professional student exchange program funding and added footnote 1 to prioritize the allocation to students and disciplines with repayment requirements. And you can find that request on page 10. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude the explanation of section 69.
Any questions on WICHE? Hearing nothing further, I'm going to close 69 WICHE, and the next section for our consideration is section 70, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission, and that would go back to Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 70, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. Sometimes you hear this as EORI, and this is what Senator Steinmetz was referring to. If we can use CO2 to enhance oil recovery, it is huge. It increased the Salt Creek field in central Wyoming by 15% by this enhanced oil recovery. So they've been busy at work getting this to all kinds of fields in Wyoming. One of the big opportunities, the Bighorn Basin, and the big problem we have there is piping the CO2 into there. We have a CO2 line that goes from Exxon Chute Creek in southeast Wyoming clear to the Montana border, and we can pull off of that line CO2 for all these projects, and EORI is working hard on that. You'll see they have a budget of $4,749,529, and they have 0 employees, which the employees are out of the 900 series. They do have a number of employees in there, which are all oil engineers, petroleum engineers that are working on this EORI, and it's been very successful. That office moved to Casper some time ago, and it still resides in Casper, I believe. And we've been very glad we did that. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Anything on the Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission? I'm going to close section 70, the Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. The next section for our consideration is section 72, the retirement system. Did you have a question, Senator?
Privilege of the floor, please.
You betcha. Hang on real quickly here.
He's got a helper.
Okay, we're gonna close section 70, and coming up on section 72, Senator Boner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to take a quick privilege to acknowledge that my family made it down.
You have
so
it.
We all have folks back home who do tremendous things to make sure that we can serve, and I'm certainly very blessed in that category. So I have my wife, Nicole. Thank you, honey, for everything you do. I really appreciate it. We got my daughter, Nicole, my son, Martin, and the newest addition here, Lydia Boner, first time in the Capitol building, I believe. So let's please help me join me and welcome to the Wyoming Senate.
Senator, thank you for that. Welcome to the Senate, to your family. And Lydia, maybe you could take over in that desk someday and be one of our state senators. That would be pretty awesome. Yes, good deal. Thank you, Senator Boner. That was a nice little break. We're going to go to section 72, the retirement system. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 72 retirement system is on page 31 of your SR and page 57 of the budget. What you see here, folks, is JAC approving a series of pay classifications to try and get some of the pay scale up to where the department felt it needed to be. And this has been a long-standing back and forth between JAC and the retirement system. And JAC gave them a lot of the reclassifications that the governor's recommended in terms of salary. It's all listed here as PF because it actually, I think, is paid out of the earnings of the retirement system rather than the general fund. So those various reclassifications and some additional positions, culminating with footnote 1, which says, further legislative action is required to increase the maximum base salary levels for investment staff. In other words, we've been going back and forth for a couple of years on terms of what you think you want, what you think you need. Here's the adjustments. Here's the additional positions. Don't go in and start giving people raises unless you talk to us first. They'll be back. JAC meets again in December to look at the budget on an interim basis. So that's the direction to them. So with that, some of the bigger items that come up are item 3, $1.4 million for the RAIN pension administration system, programming, maintenance, enhancements. They got to upgrade that software. Item 6 is addition of a full-time investment accounting manager. Item 7, full-time member accounting manager. Item 8, communications specialist. Item 14, additional position, investment operational risk officer. 15, investment operations coordinator. That with the reclassifications and some computer stuff is the net. They did some reorganization as well. There's 5 net new FTEs, $3.3 million. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions on the retirement system? Section 72, the retirement system. I'm going to close section 72, the retirement system. Next section for our consideration, section 77, enterprise technology services. Back to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ETS is on page 58 of your budget book and page 32 of the SR. So the focus of the concerns here, poor old ETS, it's just been through the ringer since it's founded. And here they came in with a really just wide-eyed concern, fear, justifiably so, about cybersecurity, which is one of the lead items on 9.6 million for hardware, software licenses for cybersecurity. That's a big bump. Then the request of the agency was for 37 new positions. JAC reduced that to 10 positions. You don't see the positions listed here because JAC said, here's the funding, pick which 10 are the most important out of the 37 that you asked for. So that number is all outlined on page 2. It's a complicated note. And then the rest of it is, $3.6 million for network replacements on the unified network. That was a prior governor initiative to tie all the state buildings together with fiber optics. And then 2.3 million in the footnote 4 for ETS service portal enhancements. That's the portal that they use to deal with requests for service and so forth. And then just some spendy items. Number 8, 5.6 million for circuit management. You know, this IT stuff is not cheap. So that's the upshot of it after that is just a lot of various sorts of bells and whistles to keep the engine running. The biggest ones were the discussion of the new positions in the cybersecurity, and hope it all works out. Stand for questions.
Section 77, the Enterprise Technology Services. Any questions of the Appropriations Committee? Any questions? I'm going to close Section 77, Enterprise Technology Services. Next section for our consideration, Section 80, the Department of Corrections. Senator Kinsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Department of Corrections is on page 33 of your SR and page 59 of the budget book. This director, I think both current and prior JAC members have felt pretty comfortable that this new director has a pretty good handle on a really difficult agency. He's been bringing some fine management to the table in terms of how he does things, and he tries to think out of the box and do things a little bit differently, a little bit more efficiently. And what you see here is a whole bunch of positions being moved around. It was a huge restructuring effort. It's reflected 3 different reorganizational efforts. The net headcount after the restructuring is down by 3, and that's because there are 3 positions that he transferred to the Department of Education. They're unfunded positions. He wasn't using them. They were educational nature, and he moved them over to the Department of Education. There is one at-will position, net new, and that's in 15. And that is an employee to deal with and it's intended to be temporary, as I recall, related to the restoration of rights. This legislature has passed 1 or more bills for restoration of rights. And if it's a relatively recent offense and you qualify, the burden is on the department to send the restoration certificate, not for the offender to come and apply. And they need to process all those things. Next is 16, 3.2 million, and that's related to alternative sanctions. So this goes back to actually my first days on judiciary. It was a multi-session effort to try and find a way to move people from prison to jobs back in the community, getting them their treatment and so forth. And the alternative sanctions, I think there's a variety of alternative sanctions. My favorite, they describe as a quick dip. So ordinarily, an offender they're in the bar and their parole agent says, okay, we're pulling your probation, we're sending you back to the who's gal. Be in court in 2 months. Just doesn't work with this type of mentality. Now they have the authority to say, you were in the bar, you're going to jail, you're going directly to jail, the local jail, where you will be for 3 days, and then we're going to have a conversation. And the data that we were provided in the criminal justice reform is that was more effective actually than sending them back to prison, and one heck of a lot cheaper. So this is part of maintaining this criminal justice reform effort, is this $3.2 million. And then line 18 is $250,000, footnote 3, to increase the daily rates for placement of felony offenders in county jails from $70 to $90. So we have, as I recall, 3 jails that participate where they will take prisoners from the prison system and house them when needed, overflow, instead of sending them out of state. And the $70 was deemed too low. 90 is more on par with what the Department of Correction pays other facilities. And so there was a request from these county jails, could we get the rate up to where it's a little bit more competitive? Continued on next page. Okay, 22. He reduced 2 full-time positions in Central Services Unit. And then lines 23 to 28 are various units of the department where they had to increase the budget for medical contract services. As you know, once someone's incorporated, they get sick, they have whatever it is, it's our obligation to take care of them. And so he needed some additional funding on that. And then 29 is a $200,000 increase to provide residential substance abuse treatment program to high custody inmates. Again, this relates back to the justice reform effort, which was not hugs for thugs. It's not get out of free jail cards. It's making sure that the services that need to be there, if you release them from prison, are there, trying to reduce recidivism. And 41 is where you see the 3 FTEs going back to the Wyoming Department of Education. With that, I will stand for questions.
The Department of Corrections, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one quick question on footnote 18, where you added $250,000 for the increased daily rates for those felony offenders in county jails. I just kind of wondered if the overflow is it a result of, are we short-staffed? Is that why we're having to ship them to county jails, or is it just a better placement?
Any more questions on the Department of Corrections before we go back to the presenter? Any other questions on the Department of Corrections? Okay, Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, let me get back to Senator Schuler on footnote 18 of Department 080.
Okay, that'll come back on the next reading. Anything else? Okay, I'm going to close section 80, Department of Corrections. The next section for our consideration, section 81, the Board of Parole. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reclassification of a couple of positions, funding to help digitize parole board records and computer. Other than that, not a whole lot going on at the Board of Parole. Stand for questions.
Anything on the Board of Parole, Senators? Okay, I'm going to close section 81, Board of Parole. The next section for our consideration, section 85, the Wyoming Business Council. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you Section 85, Wyoming Business Council. And I wanted to talk about the Business Council a little bit so we all understand what we're doing here. The Business Council was formed some years ago to diversify the economy, to not do oil and gas or coal or any of that kind of things, but to diversify our economy in all counties in the state. The goal of the Business Council is to empower local control and give our communities the freedom to develop their unique economies. When done right, an investment from the state should build a community's own war chest for economic development. WBC has been working to create financial and economic independence in our communities by investing in projects that will have a long-term impact, not just in jobs, but also revenue for the community that will allow them to do their own projects with less state support. Now, one of the problems we have for bringing these businesses into Wyoming is manpower and infrastructure. A lot of the communities that could bring in some businesses don't have the infrastructure for it, nor do they have the money to pay for an infrastructure. So we did the Business Ready Community Program. And what the idea there is that they will have a loan that they can use for building that infrastructure. The state investments in this is about, let's see, in 23 it was about 70 million that we did in grants and loans. And outside investment was 117 million. So there's people that are interested in doing this. Brought in about 582 jobs, and they were high-paying jobs. Average hourly salary was $31.59. So that's very good, and it's in every in 42 grants in, 9 counties. Some counties have a little more than others, but all those 9 counties had a project in their community, and Boner is upstaging me.
They're pretty excited about your presentation.
Yeah, they're wild about it, yeah. Yeah, they love 9 counties getting money from the state.
That's right.
So it's been about, in those 42 grants, we spent $5 million, and the federal money was $20,783,000. So it's been a very successful program and has brought a lot of businesses to Wyoming. I think I got my notes here all done. I should point out footnote number 5, JAC reduced the governor's rec of 12 million one time by 12 million to 0 and added 12 million for the increased Small Business Innovation Research Center, budget request number 59. Let's see. Footnote number 8, JAC adopted a technical correction to increase the governor's rec of 55,000 general fund one time by 300,000 to 355 for the Wyoming Women's Business Center, and added footnote number 5. 12, the JAC denied the GovRec and added 429 general fund one time for the Asia Pacific Trade Office. Used to be we did a lot of back and forth with the Asia Pacific Trade Office, and we haven't done so much lately, but they come over here every year. We don't necessarily go over there every year. Number 14, we adopted the governor's rec and a technical correction to change the funding source from ARPA to federal funds for 900,000 federal funds for the state small business credit initiative. Number 16, we reduced the governor's rec of 38 million, 30 million general fund and 8 million S10 one time, and 8 million S10, 30 million general fund for the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program. So that's the highlights. So that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
We are on section 85, the Wyoming Business Council. Any questions, fellow senators? Any questions on the Business Council? I'm going to close section 85, the Wyoming Business Council. Next section for consideration, section 90, the Wyoming Energy Authority. Senator Anderson, we will stay right there with you.
Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 90, Wyoming Energy Authority. Wyoming Energy Authority has a budget of $5 million, I guess is there, no, excuse me, that's stable, $5,222,000. The employees are in the 900 series, so they're not shown on this chart. Let's see here. I had some really good stuff here. I forget what it was, though.
We can't wait.
Okay, well, they have 6 staff, and they added nuclear and rare earth lithium pursuits. In their exceptions, they asked for people for both of those, and we need both of those. They asked for an oil and gas manager, and what had happened is the manager of the organization was doing that oil and gas, and he can't continue to do that and administer rare earth and nuclear. So he's asking for a little help there, which we said he would need and he needed to do. Rare earth and lithium are going to be big items for us, and this energy group needs to follow up on that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anything on the Wyoming Energy Authority? Any questions? I'm going to close section 90, the Wyoming Energy Authority. Next section for our consideration, section 91, the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. To just remind folks, I think it was the last session that this legislature passed a bill creating the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. I believe the idea was that there would be a cryptocurrency, so to speak, but it would be where $1 was paid in. There would always be funding that would back this with transparency. And at the time, it was thought it would need an appropriation of $500,000, and it turns out they need $5.8 million. Their plan, though, is that once they get up and running and they start making some money, the intent is that that would be paid back. And I've just now hit the limit of what I know about stable tokens.
Anything,
for
any
question.
questions, discussion on the Stable Token Commission? Anything? I'm going to close section 91, the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, and the next section for our consideration, section 96, the State Budget Department. Let's go to Senator Kinski.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, State Budget Department is on page 37 of your SR, and it is on page 64 of your budget book. And here what we're looking at is money and funding to deal with the IBARS, which is the budgeting software. And, none of those strike me as remarkable or really out of line. Number 6, this is $500,000 general fund one time for a grants management office. And this, we have a footnote that says you can move funds from 100 series to 900 to contract for this. And this dates back to the president, I believe it was President Perkins, when he had that efficiency committee and they recommended the state have a grants office. And as I understand it, there's just not been anybody to take charge of it, lead the charge. So this department said, we'll do it. We just need the funding. And so there you go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions on section 96? I'm going to close section 96, the State Budget Department. Next section for our consideration, section 98, the Office of Guardian Ad Litem. And once again, let's go to Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very, very small office, 10 employees, very important work, though. Some salary adjustments and then some technology budget. Stand for questions.
Any questions on section 98? I'm going to close section 98, the Office of Guardian Ad Litem. Next section for our consideration is section 101, Supreme Court. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I bring you section 101 Supreme Court, which is on page 38 of the SR and page 66 on your budget books. Some of the things I do want to highlight is the JAC added footnote 1 for salary adjustments for the Supreme Court, District Court, and the Circuit Court judges. You can find those numbers on the budget bill, page 66. The JAC added $500,000 for full-time positions as determined by the Chief Justice. I will note to the body that the JAC denied a number of court recommendations. We denied a full-time position for a grant writer. We denied a full-time position for a project manager, denied a full-time position for software application supporter, behavioral health services manager, a court services officer, and a chief information officer. Those were all denied by the JAC. Finally, the JAC added section 303 to carry over Chancellery Court funding from the previous biennium. Pretty straightforward with that, Mr. Chairman. That concludes the explanation of section 101.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Questions on section 101 to the Supreme Court? Any questions? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report with respect to the action taken today on Committee of the Whole on Budget Bill Senate File Number 1.
Senator Hicks, let me hang on just a moment. I've got a little bit of work to do. Section 101, I will close Section 101, Supreme Court. And now, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No? That motion passes. And Mr. President.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, just to give you a little bit of preview here, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and go back into Committee of the Whole to knock out about 6 bills. So on general file, for those of you that haven't looked at that, let me read those. So what we're going to do, so we're going to start out with Senate File 3, State Employee Leave for Volunteer Fire and Volunteer EMS. Senate File 60, Large Project Funding. Senate File 70, Investment Modernization State Non-Permanent Funds 2. Senate File 9, Parental Rights in Education. Senate File 38, Financial Reporting Amendments. And then we're going to finish up with Senate File 90, State Managed Local Government Equity Investment Pool. But for now, Mr. President, I would request that we stand at ease to the sound of the gavel.
We need to close out this part of the day, so Mr. Majority Floor Leader, if you could make the motion. Okay, Randy, could you read the report, please?
Mr. President, with respect to the budget bills, Senate File 1, the Committee of the Whole heard explanations as follows. Section 1 closed, Section 2 closed, Section 3 closed, Section 4 closed, Section 6 closed, Section 7 closed, Section 8 closed, Section 10 closed, Section 11 closed, Section 14 closed, Section 15 closed, Section 20 closed, Section 21 closed, Section 23 closed, Section 24 closed, Section 27 closed, Section 29 closed, Section 37 closed, Section 39 closed, Section 40 closed, Section 41 closed, Section 42 closed, Section 44 closed, Section 45 closed, Section 48 closed, Section 49 closed, Section 51 closed, Section 53 closed, Section 55 closed, Section 57 closed, Section 60 closed, Section 63 closed, Section 66 closed, Section 67 and 67.1 closed, Section 69 closed, Section 70 closed, Section 72 closed, Section 77 closed, Section 80 closed, Section 81 closed, Section 85 closed, Section 90 closed, Section 91 closed, Section 96 closed, Section 98 closed, Section 101 closed. Senator Landon, Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I would move adoption of the Committee of the Whole report as it relates to Senate File 1.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. In accordance with Joint Rule 14-1B, further Committee of the Whole action will be continued until the next legislative day, Friday, February 16th, 2024. We will continue at that time, beginning with Section 102, page 39. And I have another announcement, and this is probably the most important one of this piece of it, is your amendments all need to be in by tomorrow at 5, and they all need to be called in, and you need to email or call in and have them numbered by noon on Sunday. And that will allow the transparency for everybody to see it, and it will allow our staff to have those amendments teed up and ready to go early Monday morning. So noon Sunday is going to be the deadline on that. So Senator Hicks, you'd like to go into a 10-minute recess now? We'll stand at ease, the sound of the gavel for 10 minutes. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business, consideration of bills on general file. Senator Hicks? That order of business, consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senator Landon, you've had, obviously not had enough.
I'm ready. Yeah, baby. The few, the proud. The few, the proud. The Committee of the Whole will please come to order. First bill for our consideration is Senate File 3. Would the reading clerk please read the bill this evening?
Senate File 3, State Employee Leave for Volunteer Fire or Volunteer EMS, sponsored by the Labor Committee, an act relating to the administration of government, was referred to Committee Number 10, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Baldwin, Barlow, and Dockstader. No Senators Bouchard and Hutchings.
You've heard that reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Baldwin.
Welcome back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
I
Good to
move
see
that
you.
when the committee of whole rises to report, they give a unanimous vote on Senate File 3, State Employed Leave for Volunteer Fire or Volunteer EMS, and there is a standing committee amendment, if I can have that read in, please.
Senate File 3, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 3, delete.
Thank you very much.
Senator Case?
It's minor, but if we move for a unanimous vote, that's what we're voting on. So you want to move that we pass it through committee of the whole, or that we give it a favorable recommendation.
Thank you for that catch,
All right.
Senator Case.
That's good.
Let's just rewind that real quickly, Mr. Chairman.
That's good. I
Senator.
move with, when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable consideration for House, or Senate File, I better give up, Senate File 3, State Employee Leave for Volunteer Fire or Volunteer EMS. If you want to give a unanimous vote, that would be fine too, but I'll settle for just passing the bill. And we read the committee, the standing committee amendment in.
It has been read in, and I believe you just moved, you were in the process of moving that, but let's do that one more time just to make sure, Senator.
Yes, I will move that standing committee amendment, and I will turn this explanation over to the senator front and center, Senator Barlow.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Senate. So this is one of a series of bills that came out of your interim work with the Labor, Health, and Social Services Committee, all of them trying to bolster our volunteer fire EMS participation. As you know, we had one yesterday or passed one out on third reading today that had to do with the insurance side of it. And this is allowing, and it's very basic, allowing state employees to have 24 hours of leave, 24-hour leave to serve in their communities as volunteers, either as in the fire service or in EMT service. Now, what we did in the committee, so that's the basic bill. It's a new, I guess if you will, opportunity for state employees for 24 hours leave. And these are folks that are distributed all around our state, that many of them, and there was a couple communities that talked about it, that half of the employees on their rosters were state employees. So these are folks that are already active and doing things in the community work-wise, and they're also volunteering in their community. So in the committee, we had a request come from the organization that represents sheriffs and police and said, hey, could we add volunteer search and rescue persons to this? Very similar to what we did with several other bills, and for some reason, we just didn't cross-pollinate with this bill during the interim. So I truly believe that we just overlooked it, didn't get it right. So we had a discussion within the committee, and this is to the standing committee amendment, saying we're just going to add that in this bill. Well, when you look at the title, you'll see that it's very distinct about what these two things. But the title also has some challenges, because within a emergency medical technician, that's actually a type of licensure as well. So there was already some confounding things within that. So what we have is a standing committee amendment that some of our members were not comfortable with. And then we had, as you'll see on that standing committee amendment on 17 and 18, we were trying to broaden it out, but we still had some concerns about existing language. So what I'm going to ask you to do at this point is we'll vote on the standing committee and ask you to defeat it. And then I'll bring a committee of the whole amendment that I think will get to the heart of what we were trying to do with this and actually adjust the title and the purpose of the bill in an appropriate manner. So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on the bill in general or the standing committee, I'd say we dispose of the standing committee amendment with a no vote, please.
Okay, and Senator, just for clarification, do you have committee of the whole amendments in your boxes there? I've been up here, I'm not, okay, it looks like I'm gonna have one as well. So, okay, we have a committee of the whole amendment in the wings. The question is on the standing committee amendment, and just, you've been asked to dispose of this one, and then we'll take up the committee of the whole amendment. So regarding the standing committee amendment, all those in favor of Senator Baldwin's motion to adopt the standing committee amendment, please say aye. Any opposed, no? No. Well, that amendment has failed. So we're back to you, Senator, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I could have the committee of the whole amendment read in.
Senate File 3, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, delete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, Senate File 3, and ask for your favorable aye vote on this one. So members, what we did with the title, as you'll recall, is we had, in the original title, we had volunteer firefighters and volunteer EMTs. Well, if you go into statute and you start looking at emergency medical technicians, there's a licensure, and then there's different references it's under. So that became problematic, especially when we go into the body of the bill, we started referencing particular statutes, because there wasn't good cross-pollination. So what I'm going to respectfully ask this body to do is to remove out of the title, the volunteer firefighters and voluntary EMT language, and just put in a broader language that's encompassing and say emergency response personnel. That way, it is more encompassing and I think more appropriate to what the purpose of this. And then you'll see in the second part of the amendment, the leave part, what we've done is we've taken out the statutory references that really go to definitions, and we've done something that I think is an appropriate approach as well. All of those definitions rely on a roster. This is an organization that's doing this. This is a licensed service, a volunteer service, but they have a roster. They have folks that are on their roster that do this work. They may be drivers, they may be emergency medical responders, they may be EMTs, they may be paramedics, and some of them actually work in different services. They may be a volunteer with one in one way and then a volunteer in another way. So that's what this is trying to accomplish. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to stand for any questions about the title change, trying to be accomplish, I think, the true goal of this, and then the approach of getting rid of the definitions and actually focusing on the organizations that these folks work with. So if there's no questions, I might call for the question and your aye vote on the Committee of the Whole Amendment.
We are on the Committee of the Whole Amendment. Any questions, discussion? Senator Hutchings?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think the bringer of the amendment, we did have some controversy over whether what we were doing would be constitutional or not. That was why I voted no. I am concerned on line 6 of the amendment, he has delete specified and insert emergency response personnel, but I think what we want to do is maintain the fact that these will be volunteer emergency response personnel, because if we just leave it broad like that, this could include everybody, and I'm a little concerned about that. And that's just my first question, Mr. Chairman, so thank you.
Okay, any further questions on the amendment? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. And certainly volunteer could have been added there, but I think if you'll look at the language, the body of the language now, it is volunteer. There is no rostered volunteer with a volunteer fire department license. So I think the body of the language, what goes in the statute book, will make it clear that this is only applicable to volunteer service, people who participate in volunteer services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I stand for more questions.
Okay, any further questions? All those in favor of Senator Barlow's motion on the committee, the whole amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. That amendment has passed. We're back on the bill. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I should have gone maybe through the bill a little in more detail, but the amendment is most of the bill. But take a look at section 2. There has to be a rules-making process for this. And so that will, and one thing we want to be clear is, and there's other states and other places maybe this is being done, this does not negate their primary duties as an employee. They still have their primary responsibilities to do that. This is when there may be some time when there's a fire in a community and their supervisor says, yeah, we need you on the fire line. Go take care of that, and we'll take care of that for the day. So we'll take care of you for the day. So anyway, so I just want to be clear that it's not like they get to choose how this happens. Our Department of A&I will promulgate rules about how it occurs. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask for favorable consideration.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. We're on Senate File 3. Any further discussion on Senate File 3, state employee leave for volunteer fire or volunteer EMS? Further discussion or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Baldwin's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 3, say aye. Those opposed say no. Senate File 3 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 60. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 60, 2024 Large Project Funding, an act relating to the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Funding Act, sponsored by Senator Landon. Was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, Kinski, and Salazar. Excuse, Senator Nethercott. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move introduction of Senate File 60 and ask for your favorable consideration. And for an explanation...
Senator Salazar, this is a Committee of the Whole, so move for when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 60.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for an explanation of the bill, I call on a true gentleman, Senator Bill Landon.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Senator Landon, over to you.
Well, thank you, first of all, to the senator from Riverton. That's the nicest thing somebody said to me all week. I am pleased to bring you Senate File 60, the large project funding bill. And fellow senators, it's late into the evening, so I won't spend a lot of time on this. If I could, I would, because I think this represents some of the finest work that we do in Wyoming. The Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resources Trust was established back in 2005. I can remember when I got here a couple of years later that we were just beginning to be able to coddle up enough money and put into the trust fund. And of course, it received a big boost a couple of years ago. Our Appropriations Committee stepped up and the rest of us followed them. And so really pleased of what it's been able to do. It provides funding to enhance our wildlife habitats. It conserves our natural resources. It's a vital component in responsible resource development and multiple use. We could go on and on. The projects have been absolutely amazing, and I was privileged to serve as your chairman of the Natural Resources Trust Funding Committee. Senate File 60 represents 3 projects this year. The projects that come for us for legislative approval, fellow senators, are those above a benchmark of $400,000. And so that's what I will tell you about tonight. As I said, there are only 3. and let's go through those. You'll find them in your bill, but a little bit about the Upper Grable Fish Patches. That this is a project up in the Bighorn Basin that has been working to establish and to return hundreds of miles of spawning stream for the native cutthroat trout up there. It does a number of things, but it's absolutely crucial habitat for those cutthroat, and it's remarkable how they've been able to return that stream, get rid of some fishery that doesn't belong there, and of course, then along with it comes great habitat for our mule deer. It benefits so many things up there, but it gets rid of those predatory non-native fish, it benefits our livestock operation, and increases irrigation efficiency. This is a cost of about $2.9 million. The request is 1.2 on this one, and the leverage is 1:91. That's another thing about these projects, fellow senators. Every one of these projects is leveraged remarkably. A lot of times, in fact, the average is probably for every dollar we spend, it's leveraged about $5. That leverage comes from local folks, from state folks, from the federal folks, and from nonprofits. And that's, of course, what happened all the way up through this particular project on the Upper Grable. The second project, the Baggs Valley Headwaters, a lot of work has been going on down in the southern part of the state. This is a continuation of efforts that are really designed to remove the invasive conifers and the annual grasses of sagebrush and grassland rejuvenation on about 30,000 acres, Mr. Chairman, with a landscape of approximately 150,000 of valuable habitat down there. We're removing oak brush there. We're treating cheatgrass, and of course that's benefiting so many things down there from the elk herd that lives there, from our mule deer, grouse, and other amazing wildlife down in that part of the world that you can talk to the good senator from Baggs about. This is a 6-to-1 leverage on this one, and the total cost of this particular piece of the project, $1.4 million. The request is $350,000. This, I believe, I think this is the one that is the third in a list of about 3 projects, Mr. Chairman, and that's why it now comes to us. As soon as it hits the benchmark, then it is brought in front of the Senate for your approval. Seminole Shirley habitat, that too is a continuation of efforts from Bates Creek all the way down the Shirleys. And this is a project request of 1.9, grant of 800,000. This is rangeland restoration work that's going to greatly benefit our deer population, our antelope, our sage grouse. This includes things like fence modification, riparian area enhancement. It creates some wetlands down there that greatly benefits our sage grouse. It's going to take care of some invasive grass removal. Another great project down there in the Seminole slope along on the Natrona County side. So those are the 3 major projects. I tried to hurry through them. Senators, I'd be glad to visit. I know I've got 2 good associates who serve on that committee with me, both right here behind me, and they can help on any front. Be glad to answer any questions. Again, it's just nice to represent something good. Hope you'll support Senate File 60.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Any discussion on Senate File 60, the 2024 Large Project Funding Bill? Discussion, questions, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Salazar's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 60, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 60 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 70. Will the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 70, Investment Modernization State Non-Permanent Funds 2, sponsored by the Capital Finance Committee, an act relating to public funds. Was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, Kinski, and Salazar. Excused, Senator Nethercott. Senator Kinski, Chair.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the due pass recommendation of Senate File 70, Investment Modernization State Non-Permanent Funds 2. Good Senators, what this bill does from your Capital Finance and Investments Committee is it takes those state funds that are non-permanent, just like the bill says, such as the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund, Wyoming Wildlife Fund, and allows those funds that are becoming quite robust to be invested in our state investment pool, such as in the Pool A investment account. So a smart move on our part to understand how we can continue to move forward. You can tell I'm getting tired. Move forward with a consolidated investment fund to recognize that we can pool those monies together in order to get a greater return on our investment for those trust fund accounts. So that's what this bill does, consistent with our other investment policies, but just addresses those trust fund accounts that we value so much here in this state. So with that, happy to stand for questions and your favorable consideration.
I believe this requires a 2/3 vote, Senator.
Good. So, Mr. Chairman, I think you're right, and so I would move for introduction. No?
Senator Rothfuss, help me out on that. I'm sorry, I might be mistaken here.
There's no appropriation of funds. Doesn't involve money.
Senator, go ahead. I think I know where you're headed, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this does require a 2/3 vote, but that 2/3 vote is only on third reading. Up until that point, it's a majority for motions of amendment and motions, for example, on Committee of the Whole, there is no difference in the procedure. So at this point, everything is in order based on our standard debate on Committee of the Whole. That's already been moved, so it's open for debate now. No need for further action or change of action until third reading, when it will require a 2/3 majority.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. So the bill can move forward on a simple majority. And Senator Nethercott, I apologize for that confusion on my part. Anything further on Senate File 70? Are you, any further questions? Are you ready for the vote? All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 70, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Senate File 70 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 9. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 9, Parental Rights in Education 1, sponsored by the Education Committee, an act relating to education. It was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Biden, Brennan, Scott, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I move from the Committee of the Whole rise and report it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 9 do pass. There was a standing committee amendment, and Mr. Chairman, what we'd like to do is explain the bill first so the Senate understands what we're talking about, and then the standing committee amendment will work better. So after the explanation, we'll ask it be read in and discussed.
Okay, we can do that, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to Senator Beitman for an explanation of the Senate file.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Senate File 9, Parental Rights in Education. This was a joint education interim topic. We passed, you may recall, last session we passed Senate File 117, which was a lot more robust than what we ended up here with, but nonetheless, we took it up over the interim. We worked it hard. We got to where we could compromise with the folks down at the other end of the building. And what we have here is what we think is a pretty good little bill that we can get behind. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll walk you through the bill. This bill is relating to education, obviously, and what we're doing is we're providing guidance to what we expect from the local school districts to put into place in the policy with regard to parental rights and notification of parents. And basically, the idea behind this bill is keeping parents in the loop of what's going on with your child and not allowing school districts to withhold that information from you. So if you turn to page 2, this is where the bill really, the meat of the bill really is. It says here, each school district shall, and then we have a couple paragraphs in here, Mr. Chairman. Paragraph 1, notify a student's parent or guardian as soon as practicable if there is a change in the student's mental, physical, or emotional health or well-being. Paragraph 2, like I said, not prohibit parents or guardians from accessing any of their students' education and health records. That's important. Flip over to page 3, paragraph 3, not adopt or implement any rules, policies, or procedures that would prohibit school district personnel from notifying a parent or guardian about the student's physical, mental, or emotional health or well-being. Paragraph 4, we're not going to adopt or implement any rules or procedures that would have the effect of encouraging a student to withhold from a parent or guardian. So basically, you get the gist, Mr. Chairman. We're trying to keep parents involved and maintain that relationship between the schools and the parents and just give kind of the districts a little bit of guidance as to what we expect as a legislature from the school districts, bare minimum. There's already school boards out there, Mr. Chairman, that are going above and beyond this and implementing their own policies. Unfortunately, there are a couple that are not, and sometimes when that happens, we have to act, and we have a duty to act, Mr. Chairman. So I think I've explained the bill well enough to be dangerous. I'll turn it over to my esteemed chairman, who's got a great standing committee amendment that he might want to talk to you about, sir.
Okay, thank you, Senator Beitman. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, can we have the standing committee amendment read in at this time?
Senate File 9, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 9, delete.
Back to you, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of the standing committee amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask to divide it. First division would be lines 1 through 6 and lines 12 through 17. And the balance of the amendment, which would be lines 6 through 10, would be the second division.
Do you want to speak to Division 1? That is divisible.
Division 1 first.
Pardon me?
Mr. Chairman, Division 1 first. I urge us to adopt this. We cleaned up some language. We put in the testimony in committee showed some tendency to think that what we were doing was going to interfere with their ability to deal with an emergency and give a kid first aid or summon 911. Suppose a kid gets run over in the parking lot or something like that. You don't want any bureaucratic fears interfering with common sense there. So that's what this amendment, the first part of this amendment does. I don't think it's controversial, Mr. Chairman. I urge its adoption.
Any questions of Senator Scott regarding standing committee amendment for Senate File 9? Any question? All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion to adopt Division 1 of the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 9, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Division 1 of the standing committee amendment has passed. We're back to you, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to urge the Senate to not adopt, vote no on Division 2. We went from an opt-out to you got to opt in to get the service. This is with regard to healthcare services. It's regard to some surveys and that sort of thing that happen. And in line with parental rights, the bill is giving parents an opportunity to get out of certain services they don't want, certain surveys they don't want their kid to participate in. We think we got enthusiastic and changed to saying they got to opt in for these services, we think there'll be a lot less confusion, a lot easier to administer. At least I think there will be if we leave it, that the ones that object can opt out. I think that'll make this a lot easier to administer and be a lot more palatable. So I urge us to defeat this part of the standing committee amendment.
Are there any questions of Senator Scott? The question is to Division 2 of the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 9. All those in favor of the motion of Division 2, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no?
No.
Division 2 has failed. Back to Senator Scott. Anything else, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, we can answer any questions in the bill. Urge adoption of the bill.
You don't have the divisions down. Okay, I've got them right there. Okay, got it. Okay, committee, let's go to Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senator from Sheridan mentioned the bill was watered down a little bit from last year. I think I was just trying to look at all of this. Was that it omitted the gender and sexuality stuff, those preventions? Oh, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Let's go to Senator Ellis, and then we'll come over to Senator Scott for answers to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry, I thought maybe it'd be quicker to stack up some questions. My concern with the bill is on page 2, line 5. It imposes a new duty on the school district, and usually my experience when we work on these education bills is we impose a new duty on the Board of Trustees or the superintendent of a school. So I'm a little concerned about the duty of who the school district falls under. So if you continue to read on, it's to notify a student's parents or guardian. So I'm wondering, is that the teacher? Is that their principal? Or just how far up the chain does that have to trickle, and who actually is the person within the district that has that duty? Along those lines, I think that's my concern, is if we pass this, what's the enforcement mechanism? This body's very familiar with some work we've done to change our absenteeism statutes. In doing a review and looking at some of the school districts, I don't know that a lot of school districts have revised their policy to conform with state law. So I see this requires some rulemaking, but no certain deadline and no penalty if they choose to ignore this. So I guess that's my concern is, we could pass this bill, but then we don't have any idea of exactly who's in charge of notifying the parent. If I were a teacher, I think I'd be a little nervous and I'd want some support from my principal. And if I'm the principal, I could see them wanting to run it up the chain. And so I'm just trying to figure out how that would work. So those are my concerns and my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, either Senator Scott, do you want to tackle those two questions, and then we can maybe stack up a couple more for you?
Mr. Chairman, I'll answer the easy question and turn the hard one over to my colleague. Mr. Chairman, we did omit from the bill that was passed last year the provisions with regard to instruction on sexual education and identity issues. We felt those were outside our charge from the Management Council, and frankly, they would have made it a good deal harder to get approval from our House colleagues. So for both reasons, we did drop those provisions out of the bill. I think they're good provisions and ought to come back in the general session when we have more time to debate something that might be controversial. So, Mr. Chairman, and then I yield to Senator Beitman for the second question.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The cons of being the new guy, when you got to follow this, you got to get the hard stuff. No, to answer the harder question, yes, that is a good catch. I saw that too, and I'll tell you what our intent was to the good senator from the capital city, was it would be the school board of trustees that would adopt policies like I said, at a bare minimum to cover all this. It's contemplated in the bill. If we need to change that language on page 2, we certainly can do that. And to follow up with the senator from Casper's question. Yeah, what the opponents of the bill deemed the don't say gay part of the bill is gone. The teaching of kindergartners through third graders about sexual orientation and gender identity is removed from the bill. Also, a lot of the teeth that was asked about earlier, the enforcement mechanisms were removed as well. So I would entertain some great second reading amendments on this to take care of that. But that's where we're at with this bill. I think it's still, if it were to pass in this current form, would still do what we want it to do. Could it be better? Absolutely. And I would look forward to the general wisdom of the body to help us get there. Thank you.
Sounds like an opportunity to work amongst ourselves to see if we can do better. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it certainly wasn't all support for this legislation in committee, and I wanted to reflect on some of the concerns that were raised by stakeholders and folks that were not in support of the committee, or excuse me, in support of the committee's decision to pass this legislation. First and foremost, there is already federal legislation, FERPA and the People Protection Act at the federal level that provides most everything that is in this bill, but in a relatively more thought out and nuanced way. And Mr. Chairman, what I mean by that is the idea that you would make requirements or prevent engagement by teachers and professionals in all situations as effectively a baseline or have large-scale opt-outs presents some concerns, one of which was addressed specifically with the first aid provision. So at least there is an allowance now for first aid to take place. But there's not a lot of clarity in this as to what can be done by a counselor if there's an opt-out, or what it means to engage with a student at a school, because there's not a lot of nuance in it. It's basically a tell us everything you would do with regard to healthcare services, broadly, mental and physical, and then provide the opportunity to opt out from all of those. So, Mr. Chairman, one of the conversations we had is, all right, well, what if a parent opts out of any mental health provision? And what is the meaning of that if a counselor sees the child crying at that point in time? It's hard to say. There's no way to know from this legislation. The suggestion was that the individual, the counselor, for example, would be put in a bit of a conundrum where they could either follow state statute, which is to ignore the kid if there was an opt-out, or to follow through on their professional obligation as a healthcare provider to engage that student. There's no clarity here. So you have to pick a law to break, so to speak. And most of the folks that provided testimony said that given a conflict between this statute and their professional obligations of service to treat somebody with an emergent circumstance, they would break the state law and then suffer the consequences because they feel that their professional obligation would be higher. So I guess this does get to the possible need, Mr. Chairman, of having to add teeth to this to ensure that somebody with a professional obligation to provide treatment and to address a crying or hurt student that had been excluded from having that type of treatment, that individual, that professional, would think twice before following through on their professional obligation. Maybe there'd be criminal penalties if they actually address that child. And heaven forbid if they can't get a hold of the parent, because believe me, there's nothing in here that indicates that if you can't get a hold of the parent, you can do anything about it. It's not there. So there are some challenges here. And Mr. Chairman, again, I'll reiterate that at the federal level, a lot of those challenges have been worked through FERPA. So it's not to say that they can't be addressed. They're just not addressed through this act, because I don't honestly think this act is necessarily trying to get to that level of nuance. Mr. Chairman, another concern with the way this is structured, and I'd call everyone's attention to the fact that it is a parent that can be provided with information, a parent that has the right to fill this form out. It does not in any way address custodial parent. So every child definitely has two parents. Some of those parents do have rights and access to those children. Other parents don't necessarily have custodial rights over those children, this legislation is effectively neutral on that decision. So you can imagine a circumstance, Mr. Chairman, where two different parents, one custodial, one non-custodial, come in and request information. They'll both get the information. I don't quite know what happens in a circumstance where one of them says they want to prevent healthcare, medical healthcare, for example, and the other one wants to provide it. Good luck to that school district for coming up with a system that's going to deal with that. And Mr. Chairman, the final consideration is really just the idea that this adds a layer of additional challenge for the school district to have educators helping students for the parents that want that to take place effectively. It was a good change that we got rid of the standing committee amendment that changed it from opt-out to opt-in, so that, Mr. Chairman, definitely leaves it back in its original position, where if you want to trust in the school district to do what's in the best interest of your child, that it defaults to that position largely. But there are still challenges here that have not been addressed and that leave potential vulnerabilities for our children. And I'd hope that we would try and address those and resolve those prior to passing something, just because, honestly, everyone is very excited about the title of Parents' Choice. But at the end of the day, our key responsibility is, when those children are in school, to make sure that they're safe. That the safety of those children has to be our highest priority, not simply respecting what the parents' choice is, but the children, right? And I do understand the tension that exists there, but we have to respect both of those things. And this is a bill that is very much focused on parents' rights without worrying a lot about children's safety and health. Those are my concerns, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, from the good senator from the Ivory Towers, I probably couldn't agree with you more that there's an issue. However, I can't agree about anything that the points were brought up, and I'll explain myself. These issues are in Sweetwater County. Right now, current lawsuits over, in fact, what, Title IX. Talk very specifically about the parents not being notified. In fact, they were directed, but to the school district directed teachers not to notify the parents. Now, I want to know, since when do the school districts have the authority to override a parent? I think when we take away that right, we take away our families. This is bigger than that, and it certainly deserves, I think if people want to bring an amendment to improve this, that sounds fine by me as just a floor person. But I will assure this body there is a desperate need for this. I can't tell you the heartbreak. I've talked to these people, the issue, and it's a problem. So Title IX is the problem. And all the things that were mentioned, the school is in fact doing it. There's been a FOIA request on all the emails that were flying back and forth. I have them. And it is devastating what is going on over there. Like I say, it's currently in the court. They're working on this in federal court. But I think it's something we need to do. I think this, to serve the people of this state and to protect the rights of parents to have a say in their children. Because they were instructed not to notify the parents, not to, under threat of termination. That was going on. So it is a big problem, my fellow senators, and I would really ask for your support on this, to at least hear this out and debate it. I think it's very worthy of that, and I would appreciate an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to spend too much time. I know it's late at night. I do want to piggyback just on a couple of things from the good senator from Albany County, and also just to visit even a little bit about the situation over in Sweetwater County. That situation, and I know quite a bit about it, not as much as I should probably, but you know, that situation was wrong, and I think they handled that district handled it really poorly. That's just me, you know, giving an opinion. But on page 1, you know, it talks about school districts cannot prohibit parental or guardian notifications and involvement in critical decisions. And I think that's the key. And that's why I kind of wonder if, you know, as the good senator mentioned from Albany County, most of everything that parents can do now, it's available. If school districts don't follow federal law and they don't follow FERPA and they don't follow the PPA and some of these other things, that's where the problem should be taken up by their school boards and by their patrons. But just a couple of things maybe to wordsmith, maybe I could maybe feel a little better about this bill, but like on page 2, it just talks about if you notify the parent if there's a change in their student's physical, mental, and emotional health or well-being. I would think if you added major change, because I don't know if any of you have been around middle school girls, but they change like a light bulb. And I think it'd be difficult trying to keep up with that. But I think, this is a serious issue, and so I offer that maybe as a potential amendment. And then also down on part 2, little I, at the bottom, I kind of wonder now, I don't know that parents are prohibited unless their student is 18 or older. I think there has to be some written permission there. So I would like a little more clarification on that. Most of this, I think, is, like I said, you got 23 counties and probably 99.9% of the people that are in the school districts in those counties are doing a great job notifying parents. I think, we hear, one bad actor in a situation that's serious for sure. And I don't think it's just happening everywhere in our state. And I know that because I have family members that are teaching in various places in the state. So I think the other biggest problem is that what I hear from them is that parents are notified, and some of these parents really are quite neglectful of their kids. They may have to, call them 2 and 3 times, send emails. It makes you wonder if they need to visit their homes to get them involved. So there is a disconnect between what the parents, the ones that want to be involved, I think can, and the ones who don't want to be. That's the real problem here. So if this bill will get us to a better place all the way around and not make it too difficult for school districts, because I think some of the things they have to do right now are there's quite a layer of seriousness, I think, in what they have to do in reporting and so on. But I would just kind of throw those 2 questions out and see if maybe there's an interest in those amendments. If not, maybe I'll bring it myself. Thank you.
Further discussion, we're on Senate File 9 tonight, Parental Rights in Education 1. Further discussion. Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's almost like we're focusing on, let's not make this too difficult for the schools. I'm having a problem here because a year ago I was told it wasn't happening in Wyoming. And then, boom, it's happening. And then I see, even where I live, I see a counselor wearing a t-shirt that represents trans children. So something is happening. This bill doesn't go far enough as far as I'm concerned, but it certainly is a starting point. So, I just don't, I get where we start saying, well, we're going to have a problem because we're making a school do something. That's our job. That is our job, to make sure that these kids aren't thrown under the bus because of an ideology that's come out of left field. So I would urge that we move this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion. Let's go to Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't doubt that there are some homes with disconnects. Go out and help. But I would submit to you that the reason we have this bill is we've reached the point that the parents are very concerned about their rights. I think it's time for this piece of legislation, on and for it.
Thank you, Senator. Are you ready for a question? All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report or do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 9, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate File 9 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 38. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 38, Financial Reporting Amendments 2, sponsored by Management Audit, an act relating to financial reporting to the Department of Audit. It was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, Kinski, and Salazar. excused Senator Nethercott. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a recommendation that Senate File 38 do pass. I further move Standing Committee 1 to Senate File 38, and I call on, excuse me, and for an explanation of the bill, I'd like to call on Senator Eric Barlow.
Okay, Senator Salazar, before we get there, would the reading clerk please read in the Senate file, or the Standing Committee amendment, I mean.
Senate File 38, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 4, delete.
Okay, and I think Senator Salazar, you moved that, the Standing Committee amendment, did you not?
I did, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Barlow, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity, I'm going to move the Standing Committee amendment and ask for your favorable consideration. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a product of the Management Audit Committee, which is not a standing committee, though therefore it goes to one of the current standing committees, comes out of that, and then I guess I have an obligation to try to carry it on the floor, and I'm pleased to do so. So over the last several years, there's been a lot of work by your Management Audit Committee as we interact with the Public Funds Division of the Department of Audit and try to ensure that the local governments, this is cities, towns, counties, and special districts, are fulfilling their reporting requirements to the state of Wyoming. And in that, being dutiful to their fiduciary responsibilities to the citizens that they serve. So it's kind of a checks and balances things. Well, for several years, we did the carrot approach. We mandated training. We kept working on this, and then it came to a point where there were still many districts, even after 6 months of, hey, get your reports in, get your financial reports in, they still weren't getting it done. And at that point, which is December 31st, 6 months, then there's just a dissolution process. County commissioners are obligated under current statute for dissolution of those, particularly special districts. It's not for cities and towns, but for special districts. So in current statute, there's a middle point. So their reports are due by October 15th. They're not in by October for cities, towns, and counties, and it's in November for special districts. And we try to say, okay, get this in. And what we've tried to do in the past, and a couple of years ago, was we said, if you don't get your report in on time, we're going to start withholding funds. But we did it in a relatively inefficient way at the time. So this bill does two things. It is very specific about withholding funds. It's the Department of Revenue that withholds funds, and of course those would be sales tax, et cetera. And it's the Department of, the county clerks that withhold funds. Instead of all the different state agencies, it boils it down to two people that disperse funds. County treasurers, my apologies, not county clerks, county treasurers, and the Department of Revenue. So that's a simplification. The other thing that we ran into with many of these districts is there's different levels of audit requirements. If you're a county or a district of a certain financial size, you have to go through a full-blown audit. And then there's lesser degrees down to very small districts, which may have a couple $1,000s and do some, something on behalf of the community that they represent, that they just have to send in their balance sheet. So there's a degree there. Well, the higher the degree, sometimes the more challenging it is to get the financial experts, i.e. auditors, to do the work, because we are short. We've talked about being short of volunteers. In the EMS side, we're short of auditors and tax preparers, et cetera, on the financial side. So that becomes a crunch. So what this bill also does is it gives a good cause out. So if there is a justifiable, reasonable means that these folks can't meet their audit timelines, the department, they're not going to get these withholdings. There's a, I guess, a get out of free jail card for good cause. And that's actually, it's actually on page 5 of the bill. It's actually has a definition of that. And then the final thing, and Mr. Chairman, this will go to the Standing Committee amendment. As I mentioned, we have the end of the tax year. We have this period of time where they gather the reports. They don't get them in by a certain date, October or November, depending on this type of entity. Then they start withholding funds. which now we have a good cause, so they wouldn't, potentially would not get withheld. But then there is a hard stop on December 31st. And if they're not in compliance, the Board of County Commissioners are notified and the dissolution process begins. If you'll recall, we had a good colleague from the Bighorn Basin that brought a bill and said, hey, let's give the county commissioners an option to bail out of that somewhere along the line. So what we did in our committee was say, hey, look, and so we need to correct it on behalf of that bill, or on behalf of that, the thought process there. And this is a standing committee amendment. So the standing committee amendment that the good members from our appropriations committee put on is page 6. The heart of it is striking all the new language on page 6. And basically what this language would do is starve the entity. It would say you can't, all the mill levies, the levies have to go to the county commissioners from all these special districts and the city, and then they get put on the tax roll, and then it goes through that process. So this would say, hey, if you don't get your reports in, and et cetera, and you're going through then we're gonna starve you too. Well, what happens if they actually get the dissolution turned around, or have to start the process over again? Now we've got they can't get we've put a stop to their even ability to get their tax levies because we've prohibited the commissioners from certifying. So I think, and I was not on the committee meeting, and I apologize to the JAC for that. I was represented well by a management audit member, but that takes this language out. So now there's no new way to punish at the end. It's turn your stuff in. If you don't, we start withholding money unless there's good cause, and then it goes to the dissolution process. So hopefully we'll continue to do the carrot stuff. We'll continue to do the training. This hopefully streamlines in the unfortunate, and I hope rare occurrence that there has to be withholdings, that those help resolve this in a much cleaner and better way, and that we don't do it if there's good cause not to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for your favorable consideration on the amendment. So I'd ask for an aye vote on the amendment and an aye vote on the bill, and stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Questions, discussion on the standing committee amendment? All those in favor of Senator Barlow's motion to adopt standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 38, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. The standing committee amendment has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Discussion on the bill.
Question.
All those in favor of Senator Salazar's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 38, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Senate File 38 has passed committee of the whole. The next and final, I think this might be the final one of the night, Senate File 90. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 90, State Managed Local Government Equity Investment Pool, sponsored by Senator Guru, an act relating to public funds, was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, Kinski, and Salazar. Excused, Senator Nethercott. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure?
I move that when the
Senator
committee of
Case.
the whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 90, state-managed local government, the flowers are in the way, equity investment pool. Is there any standing committee amendment? There are no amendments, Mr. Chairman. I ask that you yield to Senator Guru.
Senator Guru.
So we ready?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank
Senator
you.
Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I know I'm the last thing standing between you and dinner, or as I like to call it, senatorial nap time. So I bring to you, and so we'll just take a minute, and so we'll bring to you Senate File 90. Yes, you remember this bill from a long time ago. I think it's been a little less than 48 hours when this august body voted on this bill on introduction. And with a clairvoyant move it was, and it went upstairs to the home of happy feeling, or as I like to call it, the Senate Appropriations Committee. So your Senate Appropriations Committee met to a packed house. Folks from the office of the esteemed treasurer,
cities, towns, counties, and many other agencies were represented there. And there we heard testimony that, that this bill was ready to go. We heard testimony from the masters of the investment universe and their leader across the way, and his representatives, that they are ready. And like, as I mentioned on introduction, that office has fully vetted this bill, has their changes and their learned observations have all been incorporated in this bill, and they testified that they stand at the ready to start rulemaking and help our cities, towns, communities be able to invest in the same investment pools that we invest in with some of their assets. And so that is the essence of the bill. I know it's late. This is an important bill, so we want to give it its due. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions and ask for your favorable vote on Senate File 90.
Thank you, Senator Guru. Discussion on Senate File 90. Any discussion this evening? Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious what the investment structure is going to look like. I know that in statute for funds that are non-permanent funds, we have certain equity percentage portfolios that we can do. For those that aren't, we have different equity investment ratios. This seems outside of everything else, and I don't know what the investment profile would look like. Would it resemble state agency pool, or would it resemble maybe one of the other non-constitutional funds?
Any further questions on Senate File 90? Anything else? Okay, let's go back to Senator Guru. Senator Dockstader first. Excuse me, Senator Guru. Go ahead, Senator.
We'll let my good colleague from up the canyon wrap it up. This one's long overdue, folks. We should have been allowing our communities to do this much earlier. On and for the bill.
Can't hear you.
Senator Dockstader, I do need to ask you a favor. I'm an old guy, so
Okay.
thank you.
Didn't you give us a mic test the other day?
Yeah.
This
Yeah, let's
one's
pretend-
overdue. We should have been doing this, Mr. Chairman, a lot longer, a lot earlier for our communities. This one is overdue. Let's get this taken care of.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. Senator Case, let's go to you, and then we'll come to you, Senator Guru.
So, Mr. Chairman, just from the bill, it doesn't specify this particular funds or class, but it does say that the state treasurer shall invest funds of one or more of these entities on a pooled basis in the same manner as the state treasurer makes investments as state funds in equities. So it's designed to be structured by the same restrictions we have now. You might have a point about maybe looking at different funds. I can't tell you that off the top of my head. But the idea is we're not going to go wild on here. We're going to do with this pool what we've been doing for quite a while, and it's been a very successful thing for the rest of the state. Ask for your favorable consideration.
Senator Guru.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of Senator Case's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 90, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 90 has flown through the committee of the whole and has passed. That clears the desk, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No? No opposition to that. Mr. President.
Reading clerk will read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 3, do pass, amended. Senate File 60, do pass. Senate File 70, do pass. Senate File 9, do pass, amended. Senate File 38, do pass, amended. Senate File 90, do pass. Senator Landon, Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I would move adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. Report's been adopted. Do we have committee reports? Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that we stand recessed until 9:30, Friday, February 16th.
Are there any announcements? Senator Kolb.
Mr. President, Senate Transportation, Highway, and Military Affairs Committee will be meeting on Friday, February 16th, 2024, upon noon recess in the Capitol Extension Room, W2, and online. We will be discussing Senate File 113, Light and High-Profile Vehicle Closures Number 2, and Senate File 16, Military Department Emergency Fire Suppression Account.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to hear the following bills: Senate File 5, Organ Transplant Recipient Protection; Senate File 6, Nursing Home Administrators Temporary Licenses; Senate File 7, Behavioral Health Redesign, Vulnerable Adults; and Senate File 81, Hospital or Healthcare District Created Entities Immunity. Put on your roller skates, we're gonna have to hustle.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, your Judiciary Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 7:30, note the time, and we will meet down in W4. I have neglected to remind everyone we're streaming and we're online with everything these days as well, but Senate File 53 will be first up, 6th Judicial District number of judges. Senate File 92, Registered Sex Offender Employment Restrictions. Senate File 31, Sex Offender Registration Promoting Obscenity, and Senate File 34, Sex Offender Registration Registrable Offenses. Again, that's tomorrow morning, 7:30, Mr. President.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, will meet tomorrow, Friday, February 16th, upon the noon recess, Capitol Extension Room 4, and online to hear the following bills: Senate File 41, Banking Division Classification and Salary Exemptions; Senate File 42, Low Carbon Reliable Energy Standards Amendments; Senate File 44, Limited Mining Operation Amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, Committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. Committee members, please note the time, 7:30 a.m. in room W10 downstairs. Senate File 19, Development of Preschool Funding, that was continuation from the last meeting. Senate File 61, Education Charter School Amendments. Senate File 84, School Facilities Use Fees.
Thank you. Any further amendments? You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. We are recessed until 9:30 a.m. Friday, February 16th.